Schmear, schmear. Schmitty schmear. Schmear, schmear. I'm just waiting for this ad to end, the round start ad. Okay, I did turn the mic on. Yeah. Okay. Ouch. I might need to exercise more or something. Did, oh. Forgot to tighten the knobs on this arm again. Okay. Shmimina. Alright. Finished chapter 1 through 4. 2 days ago. I don't know how many more chapters there are. Let me take a look, actually. Oh, hehe. It goes all the way to 14, so. Hello, abnormal. Good meowing. It is actually 2 p.m. for me, so it's more of a meow afternoon, I guess. Lol. Hey, I hope you're doing good today. Okay. Shmeow. Colonialism, imperialism, and labor aristocracy. Number 1, the bourgeois proletariat. Oh, I forgot to midnight for me, so we compromise with good morning. Okay. Yeah. Communism has always had to fight against not only the bourgeoisie, but also the very real opposition of some strata and masses of workers who have become corrupted and reactionary. Thus, the hostility revolutionary trends face here is neither new nor a puzzle for communist theory. In England, South Africa, etc., the communist forces have had to recognize this opposition. Marx, Engels, Lenin all emphasized how important this question was. It is an essential part of the world fight against imperialism. To begin with, our criticism of the historically negative role of the settler masses here is no more pointed than Friedrich Engels' statements a century ago about the English working class. Communists have never believed that the working class was some holy religious object that must be enshrined away from scientific investigation. Lenin, on his own part, several times purposefully reminded his European comrades that the original proletariat of Imperial Rome did not work, but was supported by the surpluses of slave labor. As the lowest free class of Roman citizens, their only duty was to father new soldiers for the Roman legions, which is why they were called proletarii in Latin, while they lived off government subsidies. The political consciousness and material class role of the masses of any given nation cannot be assumed from historic generalizations, but must be discovered by social investigation and scientific analysis. The phenomenon of the various capitalist ruling classes buying off and politically corrupting some portions of their own wage-laboring populations begins with the European colonial systems. The British workers of the 1830s and 1840s were becoming increasingly class-conscious. An early pre-Marxian type of socialism, Owenism, had caused much interest, and the massive Chartist movement rallied millions of workers to demand democratic rights. Alarmed at this, and warned by the armed democratic insurrections in 1848 in both France and Germany, the British capitalists grudgingly decided that the immense profits of their colonial empire allowed them to ease up slightly on the exploitation at home. This tossing of a few crumbs to the British workers resulted in a growing ideological stagnation, conservatism, and national chauvinism. Engels was outraged and disgusted, particularly at the corrupt spectacle of the British workers slavishly echoing their bourgeoisie as to their alleged right to exploit the colonial world. There is no workers' party here, and the workers gaily share the feast of England's monopoly of the world market and the colonies. In 1858, Engels sarcastically described the tamed British workers in the bluntest terms. The English proletariat is actually becoming more and more bourgeois, so that this most bourgeois of all nations is apparently aiming ultimately at the possession of a bourgeois aristocracy and a bourgeois proletariat alongside the bourgeoisie. For a nation which exploits the whole world, this is to a certain extent justifiable. Oh, right, okay. Britain was the Imperial Rome, the American Empire of that day, a nation which feasted on the exploitation of colonies around the entire world. Engels, as a communist, didn't make lame excuses for the corrupted English workers, but exposed them. He held the English workers accountable to the world proletariat for their sorry political choices. This was not a matter of English factory hands suddenly wearing gold jewelry and designer jeans. The change was historic. It raised the English masses past the bare floor of survival. As we discussed earlier, in the early stages of capitalist development, the bourgeoisie exploited the English workers to the point of early death. Workers, women and children in particular, were overworked and starved as disposable and easily replaced objects. The change didn't mean that English workers as a whole weren't exploited, just that their exploitation was lightened in the golden flow of colonial profits. In 1840, the wages of an ordinary laborer in England were 8 shillings per week, while it costs some 14 shillings per week to live on a minimal but stable basis. By 1875, both the common wages and the cost of living were up to 15 shillings per week, an event that historian Arnold Toynbee points to as the first time in British capitalist history that unskilled laborers earned enough to survive. At the same time, reform legislation sponsored by the big factory owners placed restrictions on the use of child labor. The length of the working day declined. At both Jarin shipyards and the Newcastle Chemical Works, for example, workers succeeded in lowering the work week from 61 to 54 hours. In 1892, Engels explained that the prolonged conservatism of the English workers was due to this generalized bribery. Excuse me. The truth is this. During the period of England's industrial monopoly, the English working class have, to a certain extent, shared in the benefits of monopoly. These benefits were very unequally parceled out among them. The privileged minority pocketed most, but even the great mass had at least a temporary share now and then. And that was the reason why, since the dying out of Owenism, there has been no socialism in England. Engels divides the workers into two groups: the privileged minority of the labor aristocrats and the great mass of common wage labor. While the labor aristocracy engages in wage labor and grows up out of the working class, it is no longer exploited. Rather, the bourgeoisie shares with this privileged layer a part of the super profits from colonial exploitation. Typically, these labor aristocrats are trade union officials, certain white-collar employees, foremen, the well-paid members of the restrictive craft unions, etc. They often supervise or depend upon the labor of ordinary workers, while they themselves do little or no toil. The stratum can also include groupings of workers who are employed directly by the state, who work in the colonial system and war industries, etc., and who therefore have a special loyalty to the bourgeoisie. The aristocracy of labor have comfortable lives, and in general associate with the petite bourgeoisie. The great mass of English workers were, in contrast, certainly exploited. They lived lives of hardship, yet they had in their own lifetimes seen an uneven but upward trend in their wages and working conditions, a rise dependent upon the increasing profits of the overseas empire. Under the leadership of the aristocracy of labor, who were looked up to as the most successful, best organized, and most unionized layer of the class, these ordinary laborers increasingly identify their own progress with the progress of their British Empire. Engels felt in the late 1890s that this might be only a temporary phenomenon, and one limited to England by and large. He thought that with the growth of rival industrial empires and the sharpening of European capitalist competition, the super profits that supported this bribery might dwindle. Exactly the reverse happened, however. With the coming of imperialism and the tremendous rise of the most modern colonial empires, the trend of social bribery of the working classes spread from England to France, Germany, Belgium, etc. Between the fall of the Paris Commune of 1871 and the eve of World War I in 1913, real per capita income in both England and Germany doubled. In 1907, Lenin wrote, "The class of those who own nothing but do not labor either." The class of those who own nothing but do not labor either is incapable of overthrowing the exploiters. Only the proletarian class, which maintains the whole of society, has the power to bring about a successful social revolution. And now we see that, as the result of a far-reaching colonial policy, the European proletariat has partly reached a situation where it is not its work that maintains the whole of society, but that of the people of the colonies, who are practically enslaved. The British bourgeoisie, for example, derives more profit from the many millions of the population of India and other colonies than from the British workers. In certain countries, these circumstances create the material and economic basis for infecting the proletariat of one country and another with colonial chauvinism. I'm not sure what this pic is supposed to be. Let me hop a squat. No, it's not in this web version. Okay, that's fine. Shmimmy. Imperialism allowed the European workers, once much more exploited and revolutionary than their American cousins, to catch up in privileges and degeneracy. Degeneracy meaning like, not like perverted or whatever, just like degenerated, like these dogs' deep dish brains is nothing like anything you've ever seen before. Okay, let's see. to catch up in privileges and degeneracy. Lenin said that imperialism gives the bourgeoisie enough super profits to devote a part, and not a small one at that, to bribe their own workers to create something like an alliance between the workers of a given nation and their capitalists. Hard to understand picture. Yeah, this appears to be water. There's a bunch of guys. I think it's a beach. Because that looks like an umbrella there. And that looks like a bunch of sand. These kind of look like seats though, which is confusing. But it's because it's been like turned into black and white, probably to compress the PDF, make it smaller. It's quite often how these PDFs are, where they're like scans and then they do image to text. So then sometimes there's typos because of like, or you'll see like this where some words look kind of weird and then this apostrophe, this double apostrophe got turned into something. But yeah, to save space, because otherwise it would be like 100 megabytes or something. If it was just a bunch of images, it actually would probably be like 300 megabytes. But instead it's like less than 10 megabytes. Okay. Oh, how did I... Now it's like... The zoom level is kind of funky now. There we go. I don't know how I... Okay. The pro-imperialist labor aristocracy, which in 1914 Lenin estimated at roughly 20% of the German working class, were the leaders of the German trade unions, the Socialist Party, etc. Using their state-sanctioned positions, they led millions of workers in the more proletarian strata. This labor aristocracy succeeded in sabotaging the revolutionary movements in Western Europe, and disrupting unity between the anti-colonial revolutions and the workers of the oppressed nations. We can sum up key lessons in this theoretical development of analyzing social bribery in the imperialist oppressor nations. 1. Lenin's insistence on a total break with those socialists who are unwilling to support the anti-colonial revolution. Lenin's insistence on a total break with those socialists who are unwilling to support the anti-colonial revolutions in deeds was proven correct. The shallow argument that racist European workers would be brought to revolutionary enlightenment by union activity and reformist economic movements, the same arguments preached here in America, was proven to be totally untrue. Just dunked on them. And while in every mass there are those who have backward or chauvinistic prejudices in the yet-to-be-cleaned corners of their minds, Lenin insisted that this was not the primary problem. Under imperialism, racist politics were an outward manifestation of a class alliance with the imperialists. If you don't know what chauvinism means, it's let's see, Wikipedia says, the unreasonable belief in the superiority or dominance of one's own group or people. The other definition, the dictionary one that shows up says, especially again for men against women, but yeah, okay. Let's see, 2. This labor aristocracy of bribed workers is not neutral, but is fighting for its capitalist masters. Therefore, they must be combated, just like the army or police, who are the military base of the imperialists, while the labor aristocracy is its social base. Lenin told his comrades, no preparation of the proletariat for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie is possible, even in the preliminary sense, unless an immediate, systematic, extensive, and open struggle is waged against this stratum. I think perhaps whenever you see a so-called socialist saying we just have to get those white workers, you can be like, you've never actually read Lenin, and then can blow them up with a laser. Okay. See, number 3. When the new communist movement was formed, it was greatly outnumbered and out-organized everywhere in Europe. Sorry, hold on. When the new communist movement was formed, it was greatly outnumbered and out-organized everywhere in Europe outside of Russia. Lenin's answer was concise. Since the bribed pro-imperialist masses were primarily the upper privileged layers of workers, the communists, in order to combat them, had to go down lower and deeper to the real masses. And again he noted, the sufferings, miseries, and revolutionary sentiments of the ruined and impoverished masses. He pointed to particularly those who are least organized and educated, who are most oppressed and least amenable to organization. We might say that he shared the same perception that Malcolm X had of where to find a base for a revolution. Shmima, shmima. On the global... Sorry, I was thinking about... There was a thing I read at some point, maybe a year or two ago, about... I guess it was probably specifically about the Young Lords, which was they're kind of like the Black Panthers, but like Latino, Hispanic people in America. And a thing about how... What is it? It was a article from some leftist website talking about the lumpen proletariat and to not disregard them, like Karl Marx initially said. But it was like, so the Young Lords, they had one of the things they did was they did programs to get people clean needles and safe places to safe place to undrug or whatever. I don't know what you call it. Rehabilitation. And then they would also then they would also be like, you know, here's a thing if you want to, if you need more help, or if you want to join our organization, or blah blah blah. And and also, did you know that communism is cool and based? No, it probably wasn't exactly like that, but I don't know. That's the lower and deeper they're talking about. Harm reduction stuff? I guess? I don't know. I could probably find it if I looked it up in my server meeting. Let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. Let me read let's see. I have some little snips that I cut out. This was from... I posted this on my server in 2023. Homeless, junkies, and criminals. Drug dealers and drug users embodied the qualities of the lumpen masses that... Oh, that's the phrase. Lumpen proletariat. That was the kind of derogatory word that Marx used. But, you know, Marx wasn't right about everything. Although he did hit a lot of points. But like, I'll read this. Drug dealers and drug users embodied the qualities of the lumpen masses that socialists had long scorned. Unreliable, undisciplined, easily vulnerable to the pressures police put on them to rat out their comrades. Inspired by the Black Panthers, the Young Lords broke with this socialist orthodoxy, instead basing their organizing on recruiting the young men of color hustling on the streets of urban America. The Young Lords understood that the chaos of drug addiction was wreaking havoc on working class life and sought a way of transforming addicts into revolutionary subjects. Oh, there was a video I watched recently also that said the Young Lords started out as a gang. So, you know, okay. And then I also pasted this was for like the summary from the end or whatever. Not the summary, the call to action. We need a communist politics that does not assume respectability or stability, that does not divide the world between the innocently poor and the chaotically dangerous. When refusing their imposed disposability and isolation through revolutionary activity, junkies and their friends move toward communism not based on the dignity of work, but on the unconditional value of our lives. Our revolutionary politics must embrace the many broken and miserable places inside ourselves. It is from these places of pain that our fiercest revolutionary potential emerges. We need a communist politics that welcomes us all and engages us fully as whatever we are. As... Oh. I'll say the words. As freaks and fuck-ups, as faggots and trannies, as wreckers and miserable wrecks, as addicts and crazies. We need a junkie communism. Okay, I'm gonna put the snip away now. I don't think it's too long of a read, so yeah. Oh, I forgot to do that thing where I like put the link for this and then pin it. This is the book we're reading. I wouldn't normally do that. I wouldn't just put a link to a random PDF thing, but there's like a website that some guy made, so I figured. Okay. Let's see. Lower and deeper. You gotta dig too deep. Okay. On the global scale, Lenin's strategy of go down lower and deeper to the real masses meant that the communist movement became truly internationalist, organizing the masses of Asia, Latin America, and Africa, the real masses of imperialism. Near the end of his life, noting the unexpected setbacks in revolutionizing Western Europe, Lenin remarked that in any case of the future of the world would be decided by the fact that the oppressed nations constitute the overwhelming majority of the world's population. Let's see, this map here is Indian land within the United States. In 1492, 541 Indian nations, approximately 10 million people, lived in what is now the United States. The U.S. government ratified 371 treaties with these Indian nations between 1776 and 1871. Chief Red Cloud of the Lakota said, "They made many promises to us, but they only kept one. They promised to take our land, and they took it." The modern American Indian movement has sought to restore the Indian land base by demanding that the United States honor its treaty obligations with the Indian nations. 1492, 1820, half of it, except for Alaska's taken. 1840, west part of California and where Washington is now, I guess. 1860, they got most of the Midwest. 1977, now they got a little more. Now there's little crumbs, and then they also got Alaska. Okay. Oh, right, we were doing points 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, number 4. The analysis of the labor aristocracy under imperialism helps deepen the understanding of our own varied struggles and the evolution of the U.S. empire in general. As the U.S. empire jumped into the imperialist scramble for world domination at the turn of the 20th century, its Euro-American workers were the most privileged in the entire capitalist world. In 1900, labor in America was sharply divided into 3 very separate and nationally distinct strata, literally of different nations: Euro-American, European, and oppressed nations. On top was the labor aristocracy of Euro-American workers, who dominated the better-paid craft trades and the restrictive AFL unions. This privileged stratum of native-born citizens, quote-unquote native-born, comprised roughly 25% of the industrial workforce and edged into the ranks of their petite bourgeois neighbors, foremen, small tradesmen, and so on. Below them was a new proletarian stratum just imported from Eastern and Southern Europe, who comprised 50 to 75% of the northern industrial workforce. They were poorly paid and heavily exploited, the main factory production force of the North. Largely unorganized, they were systematically barred from the craft unions and the better-paying factory jobs. This stratum was composed of non-citizens, was only a generation old here, and had no previous existence. The very bottom, upholding everything else, were the colonial proletariats of African, Mexicano, Indian, and Asian workers. Even as modern industrialization and the northern factory boom were in full swing, it was still true that the super profits wrung from the oppressed nations, plus those wrung from imported labor from Asia, were the foundations of the empire. Everything American was built up on top of their continuing oppression. Oh, I just realized I forgot to ping the ping roll for... the special ping roll for commies. Okay. In the African South, cotton was still king. The African laborers, whether hired, renter, or sharecropper, who produced the all-important cotton, still supported the entire settler economy. Between 1870 to 1910, cotton production had gone up by 3 times, while domestic cotton usage had gone up by 600%. And King cotton still was the leading U.S. export, 25% of all exports. The number of African men in agriculture... Oh, that's strange. It says that twice. The number of African men in agriculture had increased, and in 1914, some 50% of all African workers labored in the fields. African women not only worked in the fields, as did their children, but they involuntarily continued cleaning, cooking, washing clothes, and child raising for the upper half of Euro-American families. Over 40% of the entire African workforce was still bound into domestic labor, maintaining for the southern settlers their conquest lifestyle. The growing Euro-American masses in the South had benefited from the fact that Africans had been gradually forced out of industry and the skilled trades. While roughly 80% of all skilled workers in the South had been African in 1868, by 1900, those proportions had been reversed. In the more localized construction trades, Africans still hung on, comprising 15% of carpenters and 36% of masons, but in the desirable mechanical trades, associated now with rising industry, they were excluded. Only 2% of machinists in the South, for example, were African. On the southern railroads, where Africans once predominated, and as late as 1920 still accounted for 20 to 25% of all firemen, brakemen, and switchmen, the 1911 Atlanta Agreement between Southern Railroads and the AFL Railroad Brotherhoods called for the gradual replacement of all Africans by settlers. Even the jobs in the new textile mills were reserved for poor whites forced off the land, so that settler labor in the South, however exploited, was grateful to the bourgeoisie for every little privilege they got. The settler masses of the South, in the tradition of the slave patrols, the Confederate Army, and the KKK, were still in the main, the loyal garrison over occupied New Africa. Even though the empire tried to use industry to build up a settler occupation population, African labor was necessary as the super-exploited base of southern industry. In lumber, they made up the bottom half of the workforce. In the coal mines of Alabama, they were 54% of the miners at the turn of the century. In the southern iron and steel mills, we find that in 1907, Africans still made up 40% of the workers. In the Mexicano Southwest, the same basic foundation of oppressed nation labor was present, together with Asian labor. Excuse me. Native American workers were present throughout the region, on cattle and sheep ranches, in the fields, and in the mines. Navajo miners, for example, played an active role in building the Western Federation of Miners, local at the Great Telluride, Colorado mines. Asian labor played an equally important role. Although much of the Chinese national minority had been driven by repression out of the U.S. or to retreat into the ghetto economy of laundries, food service, etc., new waves of Asian workers were being recruited from Japan, the Philippines, and Korea. By the many thousands, they toiled on the railroads, the urban service economy, in canneries, and above all, in the fields. Much less industrialized and economically developed than the North, or even the South, the southwestern economy rested on agriculture and mining. The migrant farm laborers of the factories in the fields were not marginal, but the economic mainstay of the Southwest. In the key agricultural area of Southern California, the majority of farm labor was Chicano Mexicano. Because the Southwest was much more recently conquered than other regions of the Continental Empire, the labor situation was far less developed in a modern industrial sense. Excuse me. Sorry, I need to take a sip. Because it was much more recently conquered, the labor situation was far less developed in a modern industrial sense. Armed Chicano-Mexicano resistance organizations against settler rule continued well into the 1920s. The Euro-American settlers were, in general, wary of concentrating masses of Mexicanos, and long into the 20th century, the main interest of many Anglo settlers was the continuing terroristic seizure of the remaining lands and water rights of the Chicano, Mexicano, and Indian nations. Thus, the settler economy in the Southwest, even in the imperialist era, was still concentrated in the conquest and looting stage. Here, the conquered Chicano Mexicanos, maybe I should be saying it like Mexicanos, but I don't know if I'm pronouncing this Chicano right either, so, here the conquered Chicano Mexicanos were necessary to the settlers as ranch labor and domestic labor, just as in the rural South with Africans. Let's see. Shmimina. It's kind of annoying when you look up pronunciation and then they're like, here, have the British pronunciation. Yeah, okay. Shmimina. Let's see. But at the turn of the century, the development of railroad systems, of large-scale commercial agriculture, and of extensive mining were also creating the imperialist need for increased masses of cheap laborers. It's midnight. Midnight 30 bedtime. I hope reading goes well, and good night, everyone. Oh, okay, good night. I hope you have a good sleep. Let's see. Railroad, large-scale agriculture, extensive mining were creating the imperialist need for increased masses of cheap laborers. Thousands and then tens of thousands of Mexicano workers were brought northward to fill this need. By 1909, on both the Santa Fe and Southern Pacific Railroads, some 98% of the crews working west of Albuquerque were Chicano-Mexicano, while varying mixtures of Mexicano, Indian, and immigrant European nationalities were used. In the mines, Mexicano labor played the largest role. In mines closest to the artificial border, Mexicano workers were often a large majority, such as in the major copper center of Clifton, Arizona. Once driven out of much of the West by settler terrorism, Mexicanos were now being brought back to their own national land as immigrant or contract labor. Mexicanos became 60% of the miners, 80% of the agricultural workers, and 90% of the railroad laborers in the West. Thus, in the West, the importance of colonial labor was rapidly growing. In terms of income and lifestyle, it is easy to see the gulf between the labor of the oppressor nation of settlers, imported European national minorities, and the colonial labor of the oppressed nations and minorities. The African tenant family usually lived in debt slavery, laboring as a family for little more than some food, a few clothes, and use of a shack. Those Chicano-Mexicano families trapped in the Texas peonage system earned just as little. One Texas rancher testified in 1914, "Yeehaw, giddy up part. I was paying Pancho and his whole family 60 cents a day. There were no hours. He worked from sun to sun." Sorry, that's probably not Texan enough. Texan. As late as the 1920s, African farm laborers in the South earned 75 cents per day while employed. For both Africans and Mexicanos at the turn of the century, even in industry and mining, it was common to earn one half of white man's pay. One step up from this was the Northern Industrial Proletariat from Eastern and Southern Europe, newly created, heavily exploited, but whose ultimate relationship to the imperialists was still uncertain. Excuse me. The Hunky and Dago commonly earned $6 to $10 per week in the early 1900s for 6 and 7 day work weeks. One giant level up from there was the privileged stratum of Euro-American labor aristocrats, skilled workers, foremen, office staff. They usually earned $15 to $20 per week, with the majority being homeowners and voting citizens of the empire. This top stratum dominated the trade unions and the socialist organizations, consistently supporting the U.S. empire. Bribed and helped to be the imperialist leadership of all white workers as a whole, they sabotaged any militant outbreaks in the industrial ranks. Always, they prevented any internationalist unity between white workers and the colonial proletariats. It is with this background and being able to trace the continuing role of social bribery that we can begin to examine settler mass politics in the imperialist era. We have a picture here. It says, "Vote yes on women's suffrage, October 19, votes for women. Votes for women, Dr. Shah." All right, on the website hosting this page, the website hosting this book, there is a page called Extras where they have some criticisms from criticisms from guys. They're not just Reddit criticisms. No, I think there's one or two of them I mentioned that was not really much discussion of like women's civil rights movement and patriarchy and stuff. It did say that it was mentioned in the later half of the book, though, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. Shmee. But as we all know, the white woman is the most powerful weapon that white people had invented since, never mind. Oh, it looks like a bunch of prison jumpsuits. This must be I'm gonna assume it's like the chain gangs or whatever. And why is that? Okay. 2. Settler opposition to imperialism. There have always been significant contradictions among the settlers, and even in the earliest stages of imperialism, we have seen conflicts between the monopoly capitalists and their settler base. While the U.S. was an empire just as soon as it started to breathe, the Spanish-American War of 1898 marked this early settler empire's transition into imperialism. The pivotal nature of this imperialist war was well understood by the settler citizenry of that earlier day, and it caused not only a great public debate, but an angry split in the settler ranks. The well-organized mass movement of settlers opposed to imperialism then foreshadowed the anti-Vietnam War movement of our times. These are important contradictions. In the brief 1898 war, the U.S. easily removed Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and Cuba from the feeble hands of the aging Spanish Empire. This armed robbery was so effortless because the Spanish bourgeoisie had already lost most of their former power over these colonies, due to both their own weakness and to the rise of national liberation movements. On September 23, 1868, at Lares, Puerto Rican patriots proclaimed the First Republic of Puerto Rico amidst an armed uprising against the Spanish occupiers. Although crushed, the Cry of Lares marks the start of an unbroken history of patriotic warfare by the Puerto Rican people. Increasingly, the Puerto Rican forces controlled not only the mountains, but also the rural areas right up to the towns of the isolated Spanish garrisons. Finally, in 1897, the desperate Spanish Empire agreed in negotiations with Puerto Rican representatives to a charter of autonomy. This recognized the power of the Puerto Rican nation to set up its own currency, fix tariffs on imports, negotiate trade agreements with other nations, and veto, if they wished, any Spanish diplomatic treaties. Applying to Puerto Rico. The end of Spanish rule is evident. Similar concessions were won by Cuban and Filipino rebels. The U.S. bourgeoisie had to move quickly if it was to annex these colonies. In addition to the possibility that Britain or some other great power would make a grab for them, there was the certainty that the oppressed nations of the Spanish Empire were raising the beacon of national independence and anti-colonialism, as had Haiti a century before. So that on April 25, 1898, the U.S. declared war on Spain while moving to invade Puerto Rico, Cuba, and the Philippines. It was just in the nick of time as far as U.S. imperialism was concerned. In the Philippines, the liberation struggle had already reached the formation of a new Filipino government. Spurred on by the Katipunan, the secret armed organization of workers and peasants, the revolutionaries had created a large people's army. By the time the first U.S. troops landed on June 30th, 1898, the Filipino revolutionaries had already swept the Spanish colonial army and administration out of virtually the whole of the Philippines, besieging the last isolated holdouts in the old walled city of Manila. Under the pretext of being allies of the Filipinos, U.S. troops landed and joined the siege of the Spanish remnants. It is a fact that in the siege, the Filipino patriots held 15%. Maybe that's supposed to be 150 miles. Let me take a look here. Okay, whatever, just 15 miles. It is a fact that in the siege, the Filipino patriots held 15 miles of the lines facing the Spanish positions, while the U.S. troops held only a token 600 yards of front line. More and more U.S. troops arrived, even after the hopeless Spanish surrendered on December 10th, 1898. Finally, on February 4th, 1899, the reinforced U.S. allies moved to wipe out the Filipino forces, even ordering that no truces or ceasefires be accepted. The Filipino people defended their nation with the most heroic and stubborn resistance. It took over 3 years of the most bitter combat before the guerrilla patriots were overcome, and defeated then only because, 1. The bourgeois nationalist Filipino leaders had treacherously purged the armed movement of the most advanced proletarian elements, while they themselves vacillated in trying to reach an accommodation with the U.S. invaders. Vacillated. Waver between different opinions or actions, be indecisive. 2. Over half of the total U.S. Army, 1.2 million troops, were eventually poured into the Philippines with weapons and organization far advanced over the former Spanish foes. 3. The Filipino people were unprepared for the brutal effectiveness of the genocidal strategy used by the U.S. invaders. U.S. recruiting poster propaganda. The Navy needs you. Don't read American history. Make it. You can go out there and kill so many people. Wow. Scary white lady ghost wants you to kill. Manifesting these nuts. Okay. Let's see. The last became an international scandal when the full details became known, shaking even some settlers. Unable to cope with the guerrilla tactics of the Filipino revolutionaries, the U.S. Army decided to starve them into disintegration by destroying their social base, the Filipino population. The same genocidal population regroupment strategy, as the CIA calls it today, that settlers first used against the Indian nations was revived in the Philippines, and would be used again in Vietnam in our times. The general outlines of U.S. strategy called for destroying all organized social and economic life in guerrilla areas. Villages would be burned down, crops and livestock destroyed, diseases spread, the people killed or forced to evacuate as refugees. Large areas were declared as free fire zones in which all Filipinos were to be killed on sight. Wow, I didn't know they did that. Of course, even Euro-American settlers needed some indoctrination in order to daily carry out some such crimes. Indiscriminate killing, looting, and torture were publicly encouraged by the U.S. Army Command. American reporters were invited to witness the daily torture sessions in which Filipinos would be subjected to the water cure, having salt water pumped into their stomachs under pressure. What the hell? The Boston Herald said, "Our troops in the Philippines look upon all Filipinos as of one race and condition, and being dark men, they are therefore inward and entitled to all the contempt and harsh treatment administered by white overlords to the most inferior races." U.S. imperialism took the Philippines by literally turning whole regions into smoldering graveyards. U.S. Brigadier General James Bell, upon returning to the U.S. in 1901, said that his men had killed 1 out of every 6 Filipinos on the main island of Luzon. That would be some 1 million deaths just there. It is certain that at least 200,000 Filipinos died. Excuse me. It is certain that at least 200,000 Filipinos died in the genocidal conquest. In Samar province, where the patriotic resistance to U.S. invaders was extremely persistent, U.S. General Jacob Smith ordered his troops to shoot every Filipino man, woman, or child they could find over 10 years of age. Okay. The settler anti-imperialist movement that rose in opposition to these conquests focused on the Philippines. It was not a fringe protest by few radicals. Many of its leaders were men of wealth and standing, many of them old veterans of the abolitionist cause. The author Mark Twain, Governor Pengree of Michigan, former U.S. Secretary of Agriculture J. Sterling Morton, and steel magnate Andrew Carnegie. Okay, sure. Were but a few of the notable settlers involved. From its center in New England, the movement spread coast to coast and then organized itself into the American Anti-Imperialist League. The League had over 40,000 members and some 40 chapters, with hundreds of thousands of settler supporters. It was also closely tied to the reform wing of the Democratic Party, and to the presidential election campaign of William Jennings Bryan. Just as Senator George McGovern would run against President Nixon on an anti-war platform in 1972, Bryan was running against the entrenched Republicans with a platform calling to an end to Asian conquests. The politics of the League were well developed, with an explicit class orientation. The League opposed imperialism in the first place because they correctly saw that it represented the increased power of monopoly capital. When they raised their slogan, Republic or Empire, they meant by it that America should be a republic of free European settlers rather than a world empire, whose mixed Oh, self-interest strikes again? Okay. When they raised their slogan, Republic or Empire, they meant by it that America should be a republic of free European settlers rather than a world empire, whose mixed populations would be subjects of the monopoly capitalists. They feared that the economic power gained from exploiting these new colonies, plus the permanent armed forces needed to hold them, would be used as home to smother the democracy of the settler masses. Shmimmin. The atrocities committed by U.S. troops in the Philippines were denounced on moral and humanitarian grounds, but the League was very careful to point out that their support for Philippine independence did not mean that they believed in any equality of colonial peoples with Europeans. Yeah, there it is. Congressman Karl Schurz, the German immigrant liberal who played such a prominent role in supporting Reconstruction during the 1860s and 70s, was a leading spokesman for the League. In his speech, The Policy of Imperialism, Schurz began by defining Filipinos as the strongest and foremost tribe of the region. He then said, "We need not praise the Filipinos as in every way the equals of the embattled farmers of Lexington and Concord. But there is an abundance of testimony, some a bit unwilling, that the Filipinos are fully the equals and even the superiors of the Cubans and Mexicans." You like my horrible American accent? Old white guy accident? Okay. The patronizing arrogance of even these settlers showed that it was possible for them to be against the new imperialism and also be white supremacists and supporters of capitalism. That this was an impossible contradiction didn't occur to them. The class content of the League becomes very clear as Schurz continued. "Now, it may well be that the annexation of the Philippines would pay a speculative syndicate of wealthy capitalists, without at the same time paying the American people at large. As to the people of our race, tropical countries like the Philippines may be fields of profit for rich men who can hire others to work for them, but not for those who have to work for themselves." In other words, the League was articulating the interests of the liberal petite bourgeoisie. Settler labor was appealed to on an explicitly white supremacist basis. Congressman George S. Boutwell, the president of the League, reminded the white workers that they had just finished robbing and driving out Chinese workers, a campaign that he had supported. Now, he told white workers, a new menace had arisen of half-civilized races from the Philippines. If their land were to be annexed to the U.S. empire, then in the near future, these Asians would be brought to America by the capitalists. He said, Does anyone believe that with safety we can receive into this union the millions of Asians who have no bonds of relationship with us? The question before this country shall be this: should the laboring and producing classes of America be subjected to a direct and never-ending competition with the underpaid and half-clad laborers of Asia? Blech. Yeehaw. And then I popped him like a grape. Okay. The politics of the League did not support national liberation. They were not anti-capitalist or even anti-racist. The heart of their movement was the appeal of a false past, of the picture of America as an insular European society, of an economy based on settlers' production in small farms and workshops. They feared the new imperialist world of giant industrial trusts and banks, of international production, where the labor of oppressed workers in far-flung colonies would give monopoly capital a financial whip over the common settler, craftsman, and farmer. They believed, incorrectly, that the settler economy could be sustained without continuing America's history of conquest and annexation. Asterisk? What does the asterisk say? Lenin commented, "In the United States, the imperialist war waged against Spain in 1898 stirred up the opposition of the anti-imperialists, the last of the Mohicans of..." What does that mean? Or what is that? Oh, an Eastern Algonquian Native American tribe that historically spoke an Algonquian language. What does the phrase "last of the Mohicans" mean? From the title of this novel comes the English phrase "the last of the Mohicans," meaning the final remaining person or thing of a particular group or era, or one of the last persons to remain convinced of a particular idea. Okay, whatever. See. The war against Spain in 1898 stirred up the opposition of the anti-imperialists. Whatever. Let me hold that open again. The last few remaining creatures of bourgeois democracy, who declared this war to be criminal. But while all this criticism shrank from recognizing the inseverable bond between imperialism and the trusts, and therefore... Oh, trusts, like, whatever. The big guys. And therefore between imperialism and the foundations of capitalism, while it shrank from joining forces engendered by large-scale capitalism and its development, it remained a pious wish. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. King, 1970. Shmimmer. I'm not sure what this image is. Brick wall thing. Some guys we can barely see. It's fine. They're just there for flavor. We can see the very sharply defined case the League made for counterposing the interests of settlers versus their bourgeoisie. In his convocation address at the University of Chicago in 1899, Carl Schurz takes up the issue of explaining why the old conquests of the U.S. Empire were so good, while the new conquests were bad. It's yeehaw time. Has Riot the... Wait, is that right? Riot? That seems... Okay. New conquests. Oh, it's supposed to be not. Has not the career of the Republic, almost from its very beginning, been one of territorial expansion? Has it not acquired California, Florida, Texas, the vast countries that came to us through the Mexican War, and Alaska, and has it not digested them as well, or digested them well? If the Republic could digest the old, why not the new? Schurz then gives 5 reasons why the old annexations worked out so well for their settlers. 1. They were all on this continent. 2. They were not in the tropics, but in temperate climates where democratic institutions thrive and where our people could migrate en masse. Damn, heard it here first. The heat makes you less democratic. Only in cold European conditions can you have democracy. Okay. All on this continent, not in the tropics. 3. They were virtually without any population, quote unquote. 4. Since only Euro-Americans would populate them, they could become territories and then states, and then become fully integrated into white America. 5. No permanent increase in the military was needed to defend them from probable foreign attack. His political thought was that, whereas the old annexations of settlerism provided land and resources for the invading Europeans to occupy, and became the dominant population, with the aid of genocide, of course. These new annexations in Asia and the Caribbean brought only new millions of colonial subjects into the US empire, but in distant colonies that the Euro-American masses would never populate. Shirts continues. It's the scheme of Americanizing our new possessions in that sense is therefore absolutely hopeless. The immutable forces of nature are against it. Whatever we may do for their improvement, the people of the Spanish Antilles will remain. Improvement? Spanish Creoles and Negroes, and the people of the Philippines, Filipinos, Malays, Tagals, and so on. A hopelessly heterogeneous element, in some respects more hopeless even than the colored people now living among us. Multi-grape popping session is required. These settlers were imposing imperialism from the ideological standpoint of petite bourgeois settlerism. It is significant that the League refused to take a stand on the Boer War going on in South Africa, or on the dispatch of U.S. Marines to join other Western powers in crushing the Boxer Rebellion in China. And obviously, the League had no objection to colonialism at home in the annexed and settled territories of Mexico, the Indian nations, and New Africa. By 1901, the American Anti-Imperialist League was a spent force. Oh, I busted it. Dried the... whatever. It was a spent force. Bryan and the Democrats had lost the 1900 elections by a large margin. More decisively, the Filipino, Puerto Rican, and Cuban patriots had been defeated, and the issue of the U.S. expanding from a continental North American empire into a world empire had been decided. There were other waves of petite bourgeois settler reaction against the domination of monopoly capital. The most significant was the Populist Party, which broke the color line in the South, uniting poor whites and Africans in voting for new government programs of reform. With heavy strength in the rural counties, the Populist Party got almost one-third of the vote in 8 northern states west of the Mississippi in 1892. In the South, its strength was less, but still important. Led by the demagogue Tom Watson of Georgia, the Populists proposed that African sharecroppers should unite with small white farmers, enforcing big business to give them both a better economic deal. It was the bread and butter coalition of two exploited forces from different nations. But, and there was always a but, but frustrated at their inability to reach their goals through this electoral coalition, the Populist leadership sharply shifted course after 1902. Watson and his cronies had discovered that the tactical position of the poor whites in the bourgeois elections might be improved if they drove out African workers, a conclusion the imperialists were glad to encourage. C. Van Woodward comments, with the Negro vote eliminated, Watson and the Populists stood in much the same relation toward the two factions of the Democratic Party as the Negro had occupied towards the Populists and the Democrats. They held the balance of power. Watson himself, still the captivating spokesman of the cracker and redneck, therefore moved rapidly to the right. He encouraged new waves of terrorism against Africans. Wow, that was quick. Lynch law is a good sign. It shows that a sense of justice lives among the people. We gotta kill this guy, Scoobs. In 1904, Watson started campaigning for disenfranchisement of the 1 million African voters in Georgia. With flamboyant rhetoric, Watson supported the 1905 Russian Revolution. At the same time, he swore that the key to a movement of poor whites in America was disenfranchising Africans. The white people dare not revolt, so long as they can be intimidated by the fear of the Negro vote. Not surprisingly, these stands only increased Watson's popularity as a leader of the poor whites. In 1920, shortly before his death, he was finally elected to the U.S. Senate. At his death, Eugene Debs, well, I guess every white boy's cringe. At his death, Eugene Debs, leading figure of the Euro-American Socialist Party, hailed Watson as a true hero of the white workers. He was a great man, a heroic soul who fought the power of evil his whole life long in the interests of the common people, and they loved him and honored him. Okay, sorry. I couldn't help myself. had to make it an even shittier voice. By that time, naturally, Watson had become a wealthy plantation owner and publisher. The Populists had faded away as a party to become just another pressure group lobby within the Democratic Party. Just as in the anti-imperialism of the League, the settler African coalition of the Populists had nothing to do with any real unity of settlers with the oppressed. Rather, these poor but still privileged settlers were technically maneuvering to improve their position relative to the monopoly capitalists and recruiting Africans to give their settler party a boost. Historian Michael Historian Michael Rogan points out, populism, however, was a movement of the farm-owning proprietors, not propertyless workers. It attempted to reassert local community control against the economic and political centralization of corporate capital. These two movements did not cross the lines of battle between the empire and the oppressed nations. Their limitation and their special importance is that they represented the eruption of class contradictions within the camp of the enemy. The Vietnam War controversy of the 60s, the strange Watergate scandal that forced President Nixon out of power, are both evidence that the effects of these contradictions are considerable, and will be in the future. If we become confused about their basic nature, we damage our strategic self-reliance. If, like the Vietnamese comrades, we can make these contradictions serve us, we will have seized an essential element of revolution. Meow. Meow meow. Yeah, I gotta make them fight each other. Weaken them, or whatever. Shmeemina shmeera. Okay. Subchapter 3. The U.S. and South African Settlerism. The same contradictions between imperialism and its settler garrison troops appeared elsewhere, most strongly in Africa. At the same time as the American Anti-Imperialist League was denouncing the annexation of the former Spanish colonies, the Boer settlers in South Africa were being invaded by the forces of the British Empire. The 1899 to 1902 Anglo-Boer War became a political issue among settlers in America. There is a historic relationship between Euro-American settlers and the colonization of South Africa. American mercenaries, engineers, and technologies played a major role in the European exploitation of South Africa, and obviously still do. The diamond and gold mines, which were the economic center of British South African colonization, were virtually run by the experienced Euro-Americans from California and Colorado. Gardner Williams, the U.S. consular agent in Kimberley, was the manager of the De Beers diamond mines. John Hayes Hammond was the chief engineer of the British South Africa Corporation. By 1896, one half of all the mines were run by Euro-American mine experts. Much of the equipment, as well, came from the U.S. Empire. One U.S. company alone, Fraser and Chalmers, Superintendent Chalmers, and supplied 40% of the machinery at the Rand goldfields. When the Second and Decisive War broke out between the Boer South African Republic and the British Empire, Euro-Americans became heavily involved. The difference in America over the Anglo-Boer War definitely reflected the existing strains between the monopoly capitalists and their own settler base. The U.S. bourgeoisie and its political agents were strongly pro-British. Allied to the British mining interests, they supported British imperialism as the power that would open up southern Africa for imperialist exploitation in general. And, like the British, they saw the backward South African Republic of the original Boer settlers from Holland as an obstacle to profits. The Boer Society stressed settler family agriculture and opposed any proletarianization of the African peoples, while it was only with mass enforced integration of African labor into the corporate economy that the Western imperialists could fully exploit South Africa. The British imperialists had to take state power out of the hands of those narrow theocratic Boers and bring all of South Africa into their colonial empire. Euro-Americans were heavily involved in the 1895 Jameson Raid, the private British military expedition of imperialist Cecil Rhodes. In the aftermath of the raid's well-publicized failure at overthrowing the Boer government, the facts of Euro-American involvement came out. The weapons used had been smuggled into South Africa by Euro-American mining executives, 7 of whom were arrested by the Boers. The defense of the 7 became big news back in the U.S. Mark Twain visited them in jail, afterwards supporting them as men who were innocently trying to bring about reform. Eventually, due to Yeah, innocently bringing about reform with arms smuggling. Okay. Because they wanted to be the white guys in charge. Eventually, due to diplomatic pressure, the seven were freed. Gardner Williams simply paid his fine and resumed his post as U.S. consular agent. John Hayes Hammond was ousted from the colony, however, and returned to a hero's welcome in the U.S. He later became national chairman of the Republican Party. When the war broke out in 1899, the U.S. government openly sided with the British. The Republican McKinley administration approved the sale of much-needed provisions and munitions to the British forces. Permission was even given for the British to recruit mercenaries here. Just as covertly, the white Rhodesians obtained military reinforcements here in the 1970s. But many Euro-American settlers identified with the Boers, who were, after all, just fellow European settlers ruling occupied lands like themselves, and saw the Boers as losing their rights to greedy monopoly capital. The parallel to the US was very close in many minds, and if the Republican administration in Washington was publicly championing the British side, still there were others who identified with the Boer Davids against the British Goliath. There was so much popular sympathy for the Boer settlers among the U.S. settlers that the 1900 Democratic Party platform saluted the heroic burghers in their unequal struggle to maintain their liberty and independence. Much of the most impassioned support in the U.S. for the Boers came, to no surprise, from the Irish community. They saw the Boers not only as fellow European settlers, but as fellow rebels. That means the Irish U.S. community, I guess. But as fellow rebels fighting for nationhood against British colonialism. An Irish Brigade was actually assembled and sent to the Transvaal to join the Boer army. As the eventual defeat of the Boers loomed closer, public settler sympathy for them only increased. The states of Texas, New Mexico, and Colorado formally offered their welcome and free land, stolen from the Indians and Mexicanos, to any Boers who wished to immigrate. Oh, is this like when... Sorry, too modern and silly. South Africans being brought over to the U.S. this year? And then they realized that, and then they wanted to go back. Okay, see, stolen from the Indians and Mexicanos to any Boers who wished to immigrate, just as the governor of South Carolina in 1979 officially invited the losing Rhodesian settlers fleeing Zimbabwe to come settle in that state. So the present U.S. imperialist involvement in South Africa has a long history, as does the Euro-American settler solidarity with their Afrikaner counterparts. Once these two trends were counterposed, now they are joined. South Africa played out, in a form much condensed, the same pattern of relations between settler workers and African labor as in the U.S. African laborers not only conducted strikes, but starting with the July 1913 mine strike, Africans tried honoring the strikes of the white workers. Indeed, in the mines, a strike by white workers alone would hardly have stopped production, but in every case, the white workers themselves refused, in return, to support African strikes, customarily serving as scabs and special constables, volunteer police, to put down African struggles. The December 1919 Cape Town strike by African longshoremen and the February 1920 African miners' strike were both broken by the authorities with the help of white labor. One Afrikaner radical comments, but the white workers believed that they had nothing in common with the blacks. The white miners earned 10 times as much as the blacks, that many of them employed black servants in their homes, that a victory of the black miners would have increased the desire of the mine owners to reduce the status of the white miners, since any increase in black wages would have to be met either by a reduction in white wages or by a reduction of profits. Yeah. Such was the reality of the situation, which the white workers, consciously or not, understood very well. Imperialism knows no gratitude, not even toward its servants. From 1907, the mining companies kept pushing at the white miners, kept trying to gradually replace white miners with low-paid Africans, to reduce white wages, and to reduce the total numbers of expensive white miners. In response, from 1907 to 1922, there was a series of militant white strikes. Finally, in 1922, the Chamber of Mines announced that the companies had repudiated the existing labor agreements and had decided to lay off 2,000 white miners. Excuse me. This touched off the Great Rand Revolt of 1922, in which an 8-week strike escalated into a general strike of all white workers, and then into a week of armed revolt, with fighting between the Red Guards of white miners and the imperialist troops. The main slogan of this amazing explosion was, "For a White South Africa." The white communists marched through the streets with banners reading, "Workers of the world, fight and unite for a white South Africa." The main demand was obvious. The white miners, who were Boer, British, Scottish, and Welsh, gained the support not only of the other white workers, but of the whole Boer people as well. As the strike grew, the armed Red Guards of the miners started attacking African workers. Between the production halts and the attacks, thousands of Africans had to evacuate the Rand. In recognition of the reactionary character of the revolt, all the leading African political organizations, churches, and unions denounced it. The violent upheaval of settler discontent corrected the erring course of imperialism in South Africa. In 1924, the rigidly pro-company Smuts government was voted out by the settler electorate. The new Afrikaner government granted the white workers all... the new Afrikaner government granted the white workers all they wanted, except for driving out the African population wholesale. The Color Bar Act was passed, which legally enforced the settler monopoly on highly paid wage labor. Toil was now to be reserved for the African proletariat. Afrikaner wage labor had stabilized its position as a subsidized, non-exploited aristocracy of labor. The main function of the Afrikaner masses was no longer to produce and support society, but only to serve as the social base for the occupation garrison that imperialism needed to hold down the colonial peoples. Indeed, today it is evident that South African mining, industry, and agriculture are all the products of colonial African labor alone. Afrikaner workers, far from supporting society, are themselves supported by the super-exploitation of the oppressed nation of Africans. There is no longer, in any meaningful terms, any working-class struggle within settler society there. You just dunked on South Africa. We used to have a chatter of whomst originated from South Africa. And then they had a weird little crash out with Muddy, and now they don't show up in either of our chats. I'm sure it's not related at all. No, it's probably not related at all, actually. Okay. VI, the U.S. Industrial Proletariat. The communistic and revolutionary races. Communism was good until non-white people started doing it, and then we had to say, actually, communism is bad. Okay. This looks like... I think what this is it's a... Oh, I don't remember what you call it. Whatever. It's a place where the clothes are being made by a bunch of poorly paid lower-class women. And then we got one guy with a funny hat standing there. In a non-fire safe building. There's a thing, I don't know if I read about it or maybe that's from a video, but like in some of these places with super shitty working conditions where there are a bunch of bunch of third world women are being paid like 10 cents a day or something to, I don't know, maybe it's whatever. Maybe it's like 1 cent per garment. I don't know. Um, some of the reasons that deaths are so many when there's like a fire because they're so shitty and unsafe. Part of the reason is because they get sometimes when what is it? They'll just be locked in there because like no, you can't leave. You have to work. And then when there's a fire, then you just can't escape from it. Term that came to mind is sweatshop. I mean, not quite the right one. Oh, I was just thinking of like the specific term for seamstress stuff. Sewing. I don't know. Thing. Oh, hello, Aster Spectrum. Welcome to here. I'm chewing on a book. Chewing through it. Hope you're having a good day today. Also, hello, Bills. Shmear. Got you. Also, hi, I've been watching from a distance. Ah, okay. I hope you enjoy your distance watching. I think someone told me recently, was it, I don't know, maybe it was Ember Heart that said this? I don't remember. Someone said that they had been listening to some of my previous book readings. So I was feeling a little more motivated to read through these like political historical books. Been lurking and decided to follow? Ah, okay. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. Shmear. I get a little worried about scaring people off or whatever, but I guess hearing positive words balances it out. Lol. Okay. Let's see. This one was U.S. industrial proletariat, and then the quote unquote communistic and revolutionary races. The industrial system in the U.S. came into full stride at the turn of the century. In 1870, the U.S. steel industry was far behind that of England in both technology and size. From its small, still relatively backward mills came less than 1/6 of the pig iron produced in England. But by 1900, U.S. steel mills were the most highly mechanized, efficient, and profitable in the world. Not only did they produce twice the tonnage that England did, but in that year, even England, the pioneering center of the iron and steel industry, began to import cheaper Yankee steel. Can't scare me off, pal. Oh, okay. You're just so based and epic. Well, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. I have a lot of people that follow me from when I played like some random game or whatever. Like, I don't know. There's probably some people following me from back when I played through the Mega Man games like 2 years ago. But like most gamers don't talk about politics stuff. Gamer. I don't know. And I mean, and like, yeah, even if they do, even if people are willing to talk about some topics like queer stuff, or maybe like in the case of this book, some people will even be like, yeah, I'm a real workers' rights kind of guy. You know, they might conspicuously avoid talking about race too much, and then yeah, this book is like people here for a specific thing object worked out. I don't know. I wanted to read this book partly because yeah, Yeah, there's like a tendency in the US for like I guess it's for like people Vosh types. No, people who like the people who say blah 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 workers' rights, blah 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 communism stuff, and then they kind of have some lurking racism or whatever, and it's like and I guess this like when Vosh gives you the bad vibes, and then you're like, maybe communism is cringe. Actually, maybe the CIA was right this whole time. No, but like, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and keep reading now. Let's see. Where were we? Let's see. See, even England, Big Steel Dick began to import cheaper Yankee steel. That year, the U.S. empire became the world's leading industrial producer, starting to shoulder aside the factories of old Europe. Such a tidal wave of production needed markets on a scale never seen before. The expansion of the U.S. empire into a worldwide power tried to provide those. Yet the new industrial empire also needed something just as essential: an industrial proletariat. The key to the even greater army of wage slaves was another flood of immigration from old Europe. This time from southern and eastern Europe: Poles, Italians, Slovaks, Serbs, Hungarians, Finns, Jews, Russians, etc. From the 1880s to the beginning of the First World War, some 15 million of these new immigrants arrived looking for work, and they came in numbers which dwarfed the tempo of the old Irish, German, and Scandinavian immigration of the mid-1800s, and that was 3.5 times as large as the Anglo-Saxon, German, and Scandinavian immigration of the 1898 to 1914 period. They had a central role in the mass wage labor of the new industrial empire. The capitalists put together the raw materials and capital base extracted from the earlier colonial conquests, the labor of the Euro-American craftsmen, and the new millions of industrial production workers from southern and eastern Europe. In 1910, the U.S. Immigration Commission said, "A large portion of the southern and eastern immigrants of the past 25 years have entered the manufacturing and mining industries of the eastern and middle western states, mostly in the capacity of unskilled laborers. There is no basic industry in which they are not largely represented, and in many cases they compose more than 50% of the total..." I don't know why I did a yeehaw accent. This is like an institution instead of a person. "And in many cases they compose more than 50% of the total number of persons employed in such industries. Coincident with the advent of these millions of unskilled laborers, there has been an unprecedented expansion of the industries in which they have been employed." Vosh did give off a vibe, indeed. Yeah, he attracts white boys, and he scares off everyone else. Yeehaw institution. Yeah, they all got that yeehaw. They got that yeehaw in them. You can take the man out of yeehaw, but you can't take the yeehaw out of the man. Okay. In the bottom layers of the northern factory, the role of the new non-citizen immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe was dominant. A labor historian writes, "More than 30,000 were steelworkers by 1900. The newcomers soon filled the unskilled jobs in the northern mills, forcing the natives and the earlier immigrants upward or out of the industry. In the Carnegie plants of Allegheny County in March 1907, 11,694 of 14,539 common laborers were Eastern Europeans. Asterisk. The Carnegie Steel Company was the leading firm in the industry. In 1901, under the guidance of J.P. Morgan, it became the main building block in the first of the giant trusts. It was named the U.S. Steel Corporation." They don't really use the word trust nowadays, but I guess it was precursor to monopolies or whatever. This was not just the arithmetic, quantitative addition of more workers. The mechanization of industrial production qualitatively... Sorry. I was thinking again about Vosh or whatever. Part of the reason I'm reading this is because I don't want to be cringe like Vosh. Because I have like kind of uncritically accepted some of these things before, like, oh, you know, the white working class, but it's like, this book is basically like, yeah, they were always kind of shit. The JP Morgan guy? Oh. Yeah, they like dissolved the JP Morgan guy and they turned him into an entire big company. His DNA is distributed all throughout. I believe you're putting in better efforts than that guy. Yeah, I mean, I'm also just a tiny little, I'm a little speck, so I don't have to worry about like, I don't have to worry about my not reputation, but like, I won't feel inclined to be like, no, I'm not racist, and then grr, chomp, whatever. I'll be like, these things, I will have to think about them, and then I'll disappear for a week or something. And then I'll come back and be like, yeah, you're right. Maybe a week's too long. Whatever. Okay. Where was this? Not the arithmetic. Quantitative addition of more workers. The mechanization of industrial production qualitatively transformed labor relations, reshaping the masses themselves. Instead of skilled craftsmen using individual machines as tools to personally make a tin sheet or an iron rod, the new mass production factory had gangs of unskilled workers tending semi-automatic machines and production lines, with the worker controlling neither the shape of the product nor their ever-increasing pace of production. This was a system so well known to us, whose intense pressures remolded peasants and laborers into an industrial class. That too, internalizing thing instead of grah! Yeah, it's because I'm not a debate bro. I don't believe in debate. All my homies hate debate. I'm a master debater. Okay. The origins of debate were maybe not more, but they were partially just as a form of entertainment, like a sort of game for like the Greeks or whatever. I don't fucking. It's not the best way of. It can be useful, but it's like spectator sport mostly. Okay. Shmimmer. Oh, whoops. See, neither the shape of the product nor the ever-increasing pace of production. This was the system so well known to us, whose intense pressures remolded peasants and laborers into an industrial class. This new industrial proletariat. Oh, I forgot to explain why the debate bros or whatever. Having to be right, not being able to show weakness, and losing, and whatever. Focusing on epic dunks. Yeah. Okay. This new industrial proletariat, the bottom most exploited foundation of white wage labor, was nationally distinct. That is, it was composed primarily of the immigrant national minorities from Southern and Eastern Europe. Robert Hunter's famous expose, Poverty, which in 1904 caused a public sensation in settler society, pointed this national distinction out in very stark terms. Excuse me. We have long since evolved past the need to debate me, bro. Yeah. I mean, whoops. Some white leftists still want to debate me, bro, team. But, yeah. Okay. In the poorest quarters of many great American cities and industrial communities, one is struck by a most peculiar fact. The poor are almost entirely foreign-born. Great colonies, foreign in language, customs, habits, and institutions, are separated from each other and from distinctly American groups on national and racial lines. These colonies often make up the main portion of our so-called slums. In Baltimore, 77% of the total population of the slums was, in the year 1894, of foreign birth or parentage. In Chicago, the foreign element was 90%. In New York, 95%, and in Philadelphia, 91%. Shmimini. The ninth special report of the Federal Bureau of Labor revealed that immigrant Italian workers in Chicago had average earnings. I'm going to skip this track, even though it's silly and doinky. Let's see. Revealed that immigrant Italian workers in Chicago had average earnings of less than $6 per week. 57% were unemployed part of the year, averaging 7 months out of work. For the new mass production system found it more profitable to run at top speed for long hours when orders were high, and then shut down the factory completely until orders built up again. In 1910, a year of high production for the steel industry, 22% of the labor force was unemployed for 3 months or longer, and over 60% were laid off for at least 1 month. Even in an industry such as steel, where the work week at that time was 7 days on, the new immigrant workers could not earn enough to support a family. In 1910, the Pittsburgh Associated Charities proved that if an immigrant steel laborer worked for 365 straight days, he still could not provide a family of 5 with the barest necessities. And these were men who earned $10 to $12 per week. In the textile mills of Lawrence, Massachusetts, the 15,000 immigrant youth from age 14 who worked there earned only 12 cents an hour. Let's see, 12 cents per hour. Oh, math? I don't want to do math. 12 cents per hour. Right now, let's see. Whatever. Let's see. So if it was a 10-hour work day, that would be shmimmy, 120 cents, $1.20. $1.20 times 7, that's okay, whatever. Shmimmy. Less than that. A physician, Dr. Elizabeth Shapley, wrote, "A considerable number of boys and girls die within the first 2 or 3 years after starting work. 36 out of every 100 of all men and women who work in the mills die before reaching the age of 25. The proletarian immigrants did not see America as a land of freedom, as the propaganda says, but as a hell of satanic cruelty." One historian reminds us, yeah, hell's on earth. It's in America. And the newcomers harbored no illusions about America. There in Pittsburgh, people say, "The dear sun never shines brightly. The air is saturated with stench and gas." Parents in Galicia wrote their children. A workman in the South Works warned a prospective immigrant, "If he wants to come, he is not to complain about me, for in America there are neither Sundays nor holidays. He must go to work." Letters emphasize that here in America, one must work for 3 horses. Oh. "There are different kinds of work, heavy and light," explained another, "but a man from our country cannot get the light." A Hungarian churchman inspecting Pittsburgh steel mills exclaimed bitterly, "Wherever the heat is most insupportable, the flames most scorching, the smoke and soot most choking, there we are certain to find compatriots bent and wasted with toil." Returned men, it was said, were worn out by their years in America. In Southworks, nearly 1/4 of the new immigrant steelworkers were injured or killed on the job each year. See what Southworks *. U.S. Steel, Southworks, and Chicago, Illinois. Excuse me. In the steel mill communities, company towns, these laborers in the pre-World War I years were usually single, with even married men having been forced to leave their families in the old country until they could either return or become more successful. They lived crowded into squalid boarding houses, owned by boarding bosses who were fellow countrymen and often as well the foremen who hired them. Different nationalities often worked in separate gangs so that they had a common language. Sleeping 3 or 4 to a room, they spent much of their free time in the saloons that were their solace. As in all oppressed communities under capitalism, cheap drink was encouraged as a pacifier. Immigrant mill communities would fester with saloons. Gary, Indiana, had more than one saloon for every 100 inhabitants. Of course, the local police and courts preyed on these foreigners with both abuse and shakedowns. They had few democratic rights in the major urban centers, and in the steel or mining or rubber or textile company towns, they had none. In the US empire, nationality differences have always been disguised as racial differences, so that the Euro-American settlers can maintain the fiction that theirs is the only real nation. The Eastern and Southern European national minorities were widely defined as non-white, as members of genetically different and backward races from the white race of Anglo-Saxons. This pseudoscientific racist categorizing only continued an ideological characteristic of European capitalist civilization. The Euro-Americans have always justified their conquest and exploitation of other nationalities by depicting them as racially different. This old tactic was here applied even to other Europeans. So, Francis A. Walker, president of MIT, and the Dr. Strangelove figure, who as U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs developed the Indian reservation system, popularized the social Darwinistic theory that the new immigrants were beaten men from beaten races, representing the worst failures in the struggle for existence. Thus, as double failures in the survival of the fittest, these new European immigrants were only capable of being industrial slaves. The wildest assertions of racial identity were common. Some Euro-Americans claimed that these swarthy Europeans were really Arabs or Syrians. U.S. Senator Simmons of North Carolina claimed that the Southern Italians, the brown Italians, the Southern Italians were the degenerate progeny of the Asiatic hordes, which long centuries ago overran the shores of the Mediterranean. You might be wondering, does every American sound like that? Yeah, they all sound like no. Sorry. I'm an American. Americans also can sound like this. They can also say cringe things in this accent. The St. Paul, Minnesota District Attorney argued in federal court that Finns shouldn't receive citizenship papers since a Finn is a Mongolian and not a white person. Scientists were prominent in the new campaign. Professor E.A. Houghton of Harvard University claimed that there are actually 9 different races in Europe, each with different mental abilities and habits. As late as 1946, that's when my dad was born, as late as 1946, in the widely used textbook New Horizons in Criminology, Professor Houghton's pseudoscience was quoted by police to prove how Southern Italians tended to crimes of violence, how Slavs show a preference for sex offenses, and so on. White people have a tendency for genocide. A widely read Saturday Evening Post series of 1920 on the new immigrants warns that unless they were restricted and kept segregated, the result would be a hybrid race of people as worthless and futile as the good-for-nothing mongrels of Central America and Southeastern Europe. On the street level, newspapers and common talk sharply distinguished between white Americans and the Dago and Hunky, who were not considered white at all. The bourgeoisie had a... Wait, hold on. This is a picture of a bunch of, they're all wearing the caps. They're all like the Eastern European peoples, like your Eastern European workers. The bourgeoisie had a dual attitude of fearing these new proletarians during moments of unrest and eagerly encouraging their influx when the economy was booming. It was often stated that these races were prone to extreme and violent political behavior that the calm, business-like Anglo-Saxon had long since outgrown. One writer in a business journal said, "I'm no race worshiper, but," and then he said, "but," and then we popped him like a grape. "But if the master race of this continent is subordinated to or overrun with the communistic and revolutionary races, it will be in grave danger of social disaster." Splat. Kef. One answer, and one that became extremely important, was to Americanize the new laboring masses, to tame them by absorbing them into settler America, to remake them into citizens of empire. The big bourgeoisie, which very much needed this labor, was interested in this solution. In November 1918, a private dinner meeting of some 50 of the largest employers of immigrant labor discussed Americanization. This was the phrase used at the time. Previous social work and employer indoctrination campaigns directed at the immigrants had not had much success. It was agreed by those capitalists that the spread of Bolshevism among the industrial immigrants was a real danger, and that big business should undercut this trend and break up the nationalistic racial groups by combining their members for America. It was thus well understood by the bourgeoisie that these European workers' consciousness of themselves as oppressed national minorities made them open to revolutionary ideas, and, on the other hand, their possible corruption to American citizens would make them more loyal to the U.S. imperialism. Oh, these are signs saying, see, we demand 8 hours work day. We want 8 hours work. I'm not sure what language that one is. Is that? I think that's Hebrew on that one. What do they say? The 30s and 40s? Whatever, we'll ignore it for this one time. There's some Russian. Shmimim. Hebrew is not a language that was actually used anymore until the recent settler colonial state of Israel. It's kind of like how no one uses Latin anymore, but not quite the same. Shmimim. The meeting formed the Interracial Council, with corporate representatives in a tactical window dressing of conservative bourgeois leaders from the immigrant communities. T. Coleman DuPont became the chairman. Francis Keller, the well-known social worker and reformer, became the paid coordinator of the council's programs. It sounded just like so many of the establishment Pacify the Ghetto committees of the 1960s, only the races being uplifted were all European. The council's main efforts were directed at propaganda. The American Association of Foreign Language Newspapers, in actuality, a private company that placed American big business advertising in the many foreign language community newspapers, was purchased. With total control over the all-important major advertising, the council began to dictate the political line of many of those newspapers. Anti-communist and anti-union articles were pushed. The council also, in concert with government agencies and private capitalist charities, promoted Americanization education programs, i.e. political indoctrination, adult education night schools for immigrants, state laws requiring them to attend Americanization classes, laws prohibiting the use of any language except English in schools, etc., etc. The Americanization movement had a lasting effect on the empire. The Interracial Council was dropped by the capitalists in 1921, since by then, Americanization had its own momentum. At the time, national chauvinism, in the specific class interests of the Euro-American petite bourgeoisie and labor aristocracy. Oh, that's a lot of silly guy words at once. Chauvinism is like being a chud. No, thinking you're better than others. When they say Euro-American, I've kind of lost what that was supposed to mean, but I think it's basically just referring... It's referring to the earlier European settlers. Petite bourgeoisie, small business, labor aristocracy, the workers who are on top of the other workers. At the same time, national chauvinism and the specific class interests of the Euro-American petite bourgeoisie and labor aristocracy led to campaigns against the new immigrants. State licensing acts in New York, Connecticut, Michigan, Wyoming, Arizona, and New Mexico barred non-citizen immigrants from competing with the settler professionals in medicine, pharmacy, architecture, engineering, and so on. Under the banner of anti-Catholicism, various right-wing organizations attempted to mobilize the settler masses against the new immigrants. One such group, the Guardians of Liberty, was headed by retired U.S. Army Chief of Staff General Nelson Miles, who had commanded the military repressions at both Wounded Knee and later in the invasion of Puerto Rico. The Loyal Legion, the Ku Klux Klan, and other secret paramilitary groups were also heavily involved in attacks on immigrants, particularly when they became active in socialist organizations or went out on strikes. Most significantly, the settler trade unions themselves started picturing these new proletarians as the enemy. the unions of the American Federation of Labor, AFL, were heavily imbued with the labor aristocracy viewpoint of the native-born settlers. This was true even though an earlier wave of German and Irish immigrants had played such a large role in founding those unions. Now they fought to bar the Dago and Hunky from the better paid work, from union membership, and even from entering the U.S. In New York, the Bricklayers Union got Italians fired from public works projects. AFL President Samuel Gompers united with right-wing U.S. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge in campaigning to extend the anti-Asian immigration bars to the non-white Eastern and Southern Europeans as well. This process was very visible in the steel mills. It became socially unacceptable for white settlers to work with the Slavs and the Italians on the labor gangs. Increasingly, they left the hard work to the European national minorities and either moved up to foreman, skilled positions, or out of the mills. Companies pushed the separation. Euro-Americans applying for ordinary labor jobs were told, "Only hunkies work on those jobs. They're too damn dirty and too damn hot for a white man. No white American works in steel plant labor gang unless he's nuts or booze fighter." Steel labor history tells us. The English-speaking workman was in general content to ignore the immigrants. Outside the mill, he rarely encountered them or entered their crowded streets, but indifference often edged into animosity. Disdain could be read also in the stereotyped Dago and Hunky, in the short stories that appeared in labor papers, and in the frankly hostile remarks of native workers. Eager to disassociate himself from the Hunky, the skilled man identified with the middling group of small shopkeepers and artisans, and with them came to regard the merchants and managers as his models. Whatever his interests may have been, the English-speaking steelworker had a psychological commitment in favor of his employer. So the imperialist era had begun with Euro-American wage labor still a privileged upper stratum dominated by a petite bourgeois viewpoint, and although the new industrial proletariat was overwhelmingly European in origin, it was primarily made up of the oppressed national minorities from Eastern and Southern Europe, foreigners widely considered non-white by the settlers. The U.S. Empire's policy of relegating the work of supporting society, of carrying out the tasks of the proletariat, to oppressed workers of other nationalities was thus continued in a more complex way into the 20th century. At the same time, the capitalists were raising the possibility of buying off political discontent by offering these proletarians Americanization into settler society. Subchapter 2. Industrial Unionism. This picture is called "I Will Win," and it's got a big buff guy. It says Solidarity, August 4th, 1917. Industrial Unionism. As U.S. imperialism stumbles faster and faster into its permanent decline, once again we hear the theory expressed that some poverty and the resulting mass economic struggles will create revolutionary consciousness in Euro-American workers. The fact is that such social pressures are not new to white America. For 3 decades, from 1819 to 1920, the new white industrial proletariat increasingly organized itself into larger and larger struggles with the capitalists. The immigrant European proletarians wanted industrial unionism, and the most advanced among them wanted socialism. A mass movement was built for both. These were the most heavily exploited, most proletarian, and most militant European workers America has ever produced. Yet, in the end, they were unable to go beyond desiring the mere reform of imperialism. The mass industrial struggles of that period were important in that they represented the highest level of class consciousness any major stratum of European workers in the U.S. has yet reached. And even in this exceptional period, a period of the most aggressive and openly anti-capitalist labor organizing, European workers were unable to produce an adequate revolutionary leadership, unable to defeat the settler labor aristocracy, unable to oppose U.S. imperialism, and unable to unite with the anti-colonial movements of the oppressed nations. We can sum up the shortcomings by saying that they flirted with socialism, but in the end preferred settlerism. The Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, was the most important single organization of this period. From its founding in 1905, the year of the First Russian Revolution, until 1920, the IWW was the center of industrial unionism in the U.S. It was the form in which the Northern and Western white industrial proletariat first emerged into mass political consciousness. Unlike the restrictive craft unions of the AFL, The IWW organized on a class basis. That is, it organized and tried to unite all sections of the white working class: copper miners, auto workers, cowboys, hotel workers, farm laborers, and even the unemployed. It was based on the European immigrant proletarians and the bottom stratum, usually migrant, of native-born Euro-American workers. I've been here for 3 whole generations. Well, that guy's been here for 370 generations and killed his granddad. Excuse me. Yeah, that's why they put native-born in quotation marks. Okay. The IWW saw itself as not only winning better wages, but eventually overthrowing capitalism. It was a syndicalist union, the one big union, meant to combine workers of all trades and nationalities, literally around the world. This was a period in the development of the world, in the development of the world proletariat, where these revolutionary syndicalist ideas had wide appeal. I don't remember what syndicalist means. Syndicalism is a schmimmer. It's an ideology that says the revolutionary union movement is the best way to abolish capitalism in the state. Yeah, it's one that focuses on industrial union as union, whatever. But as we've seen with these white boy unions, they don't do. Yeah, they just help themselves in this case of the United States. Let's see. Combine workers of all trades and nationalities literally around the world. This was a period in development of the world proletariat where these revolutionary syndicalist ideas had wide appeal. The immature belief that workers needed no revolutionary party or leadership, but merely had to gather into industrial unions and bring down capitalism by larger and larger strikes was a passing phase. In 1900, these revolutionary syndicalist unions were popular in Spain, France, Italy, as well as briefly in the US Empire. While the IWW was backward in many respects, in others it displayed great strengths. It was genuinely proletarian. As an effective mass labor organization, it showed a fighting spirit long since vanished from white workers. We are referring to an open anti-Americanism. The IWW urged workers to reject any loyalty to the US. Unlike the majority of Euro-American socialists, the IWW linked American nationalism with the bourgeois culture of lynch mob patriotism. Just as the IWW was the last white union movement to be socialist, it also represented the last stratum of white workers to be in any way internationalist. Great boldness relative to the usual settler trade unionism characterized the IWW. First, it promoted unity on the broadest scale then attempted in the U.S., including not only the Dago and Hunky. I'm going to look these up. Noun: offensive, derogatory, a Spanish, Portuguese, or Italian-speaking person. And the second one. No, I don't think that's it, Google. We're not talking about hunks. An ethnic slur used in the United States and Canada to refer to immigrants of Hungarian or Slavic descent. I don't know, maybe well, the book writer, yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't know, to be honest, it's probably not like anyone uses those words anymore. And anyone in America who would have had that word be used to refer to them probably doesn't even know what it means. And I don't know. Okay. See, but also explicitly declaring that industrial unionism means the inclusion of Mexicanos, Asians, Africans, Indians, and all nationalities. Second, it undertook the most militant campaigns of union organization and struggle, expressing the desperate needs of the most exploited white workers. Third, the IWW was able to advance industrial unionism here by learning from the more advanced and experienced immigrants from old Europe. Wobblies? Yeah, I do be wobbling. Hello, Vanilla. Welcome to here. I'm reading a book. Book about stuff. Now it's about summarizing is hard. I don't know. Good lit. Oh, it's a little bug bouncing. Bug bad. It's it's partly a history of. Okay, I guess it's like a history of the white labor movement in America and how it should not be, and how it's separate from. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I guess the title kind of covers most of it. History of the white labor movement in America. Emphasis on white. Yeah, I guess that's it. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Learning from more advanced and experienced immigrants from old Europe. Because of this, the IWW was able to launch strikes and unionization drives on a scale never before seen in the US. Is that? Okay. In the years after 1905, the Wobblies led an escalating explosion of union struggles. Wholesale workers in Arizona, lumberjacks in Washington, textile workers in Massachusetts, seamen imports from Chile to Canada, auto workers in Detroit, and so on. And there were many notable victories, many successful strikes. It must be emphasized that to workers used to seeing only defeats, the IWW's ability to help them win strikes was no small matter. For example, in 1909, the IWW helped the immigrant workers at the McKees Rocks, Pennsylvania plant of the Pressed Steel Car Company, a subsidiary of the U.S. Steel Trust. Let's see. Oh, I thought that was a period. Plant of the Pressed Steel Car Company, a subsidiary of the U.S. Steel Trust, win their strike. This was of national importance, since it was the first time that workers had won a strike against the Mammoth Steel Trust. That strike, which taught so much to union militants here, was led by an underground, unknown committee representing both the IWW and the various European nationalities. The unknown committee had the knowledge of veterans of the 1905 Russian Revolution, the Italian labor resistance, the German Metal Workers Union, and the Swiss and Hungarian railway strikes. It is clear that through the IWW, the more experienced and politically educated European workers taught their backward American cousins how to look out after the class interests. The IWW are called the Wobblies. Nobody's really sure why. Maybe it's because saying WW is a mouthful. I don't know. Excuse me. In 1914, the IWW's Agricultural Workers Organization, AWO, pulled off an organizing feat unequaled for 50 years. They established the world's longest picket line, running 800 miles from Kansas up to Rapid City, South Dakota. In distant railroad yards, IWW strong-arm squads maintained a blockade in which non-union workers were kept out. Confronted with a critical labor shortage at harvest time, the growers had to give in. This was the biggest agricultural labor drive in the U.S. until the 1960s. The AWO itself grew to almost 70,000 members, becoming the largest single union within the IWW. In fact, at the 1916 IWW convention, the AWO... What was that again? I already forgot. Agricultural Workers Union. The AWO actually had a majority of the votes, 252 out of 335 votes. But by 1920, the IWW had declined sharply, not from failure in an organizational sense, but from both it and the strata that it represented having reached the limits of their political consciousness. The IWW was able to build industrial unions of the most exploited white workers and to win many strikes, but past that it was unable to advance. Its local unions usually fell apart quickly, and many of its victories were soon reversed. The landmark 1909 steel industry victories at McKees Rocks, Hammond, Indiana were reversed within a year. The 1912 Lawrence Massachusetts textile strike, the single most famous strike in U.S. trade union history, was also a great victory, and the IWW also crushed there by next year. This was the general pattern. The external difficulties faced by the IWW were far greater than just the straightforward opposition of the factory owners. The Euro-American aristocracy of labor and its AFL unions viciously fought this upsurge from below. During the great 1912 Lawrence, Massachusetts textile strike, the AFL's United Textile Workers Union scabbed throughout the strike. The AFL officially backed the mill owners. In McKees Rocks, Pennsylvania, the skilled workers of the AFL Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers used guns to break a second IWW strike. Ouch. Is this I don't know if it's like a patch or something. I'm not actually sure what that is. That object there. Oh, maybe it's supposed to be something that's like broken. Sabotage. Sabotage means to push back, pull out, or break off the fangs of capitalism. W.D. Haywood. And the factories and mines were not isolated, but were part of settler America, where the masses of petite bourgeois farmers, small merchants, and professionals joined the foremen, skilled craftsmen, and supervisors in backing up the bosses. The European immigrants represented perhaps only 1/7 of the white population and were greatly outnumbered. The IWW's weaknesses, however, primarily reflected its inner contradictions. The syndicalist outlook, while sincerely taken by many, was also a convenient cover to avoid dealing with the question of settlerism. Using the ultra-revolutionary sounding syndicalist philosophy, the IWW could avoid any actual revolutionary work. In fact, despite its anti-capitalist enthusiasm, the IWW never even made any plans to oppose the US government, and never did. Similarly, its Marxist vision of all nations and peoples being merged into one big union covering the globe only covered up the fact that it had no intention of fighting colonialism and national oppression. Ouch, oof. If the IWW had fought colonialism and national oppression, it would have lost most of its white support. What it did instead, laying out a path that the CIO would follow in the 1930s, was to convince some white workers that their immediate self-interest called for a limited tactical cooperation with the colonial proletariat. Underneath all the fancy talk that in the IWW, the colored worker, man or woman, is on an equal footing with every other worker, was the reality that the IWW was a white organization for whites. While this new immigrant industrial proletariat was thrown together from many different European nations, speaking different languages and having different cultures and class backgrounds, they were united by two things: their exploited state as foreign proletarians and their desire to achieve a better life in America. The resolution of these pressures was in their Americanization, and then becoming finally integrated into settler citizens of the empire. In changing America, they themselves were decisively changed. Some 1/3 of the immigrant workers went back to Europe, with many of the most militant being deported or forced to flee. Looking back, this underlying trend can be seen in the life of the IWW. While the IWW fancied itself as a dangerous revolutionary organization, in reality, it was nothing more nor less than the best industrial union that class-conscious white workers could build to improve their condition. It was a public, fully legal union open to all. It was, therefore, just as dependent upon bourgeois legality and government toleration as the AFL. The IWW could be very strong against local employers, or even the municipal government. Against the imperialist state, it dared only to submit in unhappy confusion. The national IWW leadership understood this unpleasant fact in an unscientific, pragmatic way. Oh, big JPEG. Let's zoom out a little. Is that supposed to be the Statue of Liberty holding a book that says science, and they got little ribbons that say economic development on the robe, pointing at industrial democracy, and then at the center, industrial workers of the world, IWW. Bunch of guys coming out of the goop, climbing toward it. Oh, the goop is craft unionism, capitalism, unfair struggle for existence, misunderstand. Yeah, I don't know. Schmeemer. As the great powers were drawn into World War I, the central issue in the European oppressor nation.
Workers goop.
Primordial workers goo? That's horrible. Disappear into the primordial workers goo every time you go to work. Really messed up. As the great powers were drawn into yeah, the IWW got their lunch money taken post New Deal. Crying emoji. A lot of the tactics were regulated out in the NLRA, National Labor Relations Act. Is that it? Of 1935. Okay, I guess. And then the Red Scare finished declining. Ah, I see. Yeah. As the great powers were drawn into World War I, the central issue in the European oppressor nation socialist movements was the opposition to imperialist war, not primarily because of the mass bloodshed, but because in a war for expanding empires, it was the absolute duty of all oppressor nation revolutionaries to oppose the aggression of their own empire, to work for the defeat of their own bourgeoisie, and for the liberation of the oppressed nations. This is the issue that created the international communist movement of the 20th century. They're still around, but they're not where they were in the early 20th century. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've heard of some of these. I've heard of the IWW and the AFL CIO. But I also heard that I've also heard some people say that. Okay, well, I guess I haven't heard about the unions being mostly reactionary in the case of the AFL. But like them all being like watered down and stuff. Let's see. Okay. On this most important struggle, the IWW was revealed as being immature. I guess they mean immature as in not fully developed yet, not immature like Sparkle Ducks. No, was revealed as being immature and lacking as a revolutionary organization. It was simply unwilling to directly oppose US imperialism. The IWW verbally criticized the war many times. At the 1914 convention, they said, "We, as members of the Industrial Army, will refuse to fight for any purpose except for the realization of industrial freedom." But when US imperialism entered the war to grab more markets and colonies, excuse me, every good streamer has got a burp, I guess. When US imperialism entered the war to grab more markets and colonies, the IWW became frantic to prove to the bourgeoisie that they wouldn't oppose them in any way. The surface problem was that since the IWW was a totally legal and public union, it was totally unable to withstand any major government repression. Therefore, the leadership said, regardless of every class-conscious worker's opposition to the war, the IWW dare not fight it. Walter Neff, head of the IWW Agricultural Workers Organization, said, "We are against the war, but not organized and can do nothing." Imagine, oh, he's about to dunk on them. Imagine a revolutionary organization that built for 12 years with a membership of over 100,000, but was not organized to oppose its own bourgeoisie. Twitch recommending me an NB Sparkle Dog reading intersectional leftist lit is a legendary algorithm pull, not gonna lie. Oh. Well, I'm glad you think that's a good thing. Or I'm glad you enjoy, question mark. I'm usually just doing like art streams or video game streams, but I don't feel like doing those other two things right now. So this is like the other 5% of my stream content, I guess. Content. Blah. Yeah. Or actually, I haven't been reading like as much leftist literature as I've been wanting to do. I guess I've just not really been in the mood to. There was one that I scheduled to read like 3 times, and then I chickened out. Oh, not really chickened out. That makes it sound like I was afraid of. It was just more like, it's a really long book. I didn't know how many people were actually willing to show up, so I was like, I used to schedule them ahead of time, and I just decided to read this like a couple days ago. Yeah, no, I'm happy to be here. Yahoo! Oh, that's a heart. I wasn't quite sure what I was. It's because of the dark background in OBS on the chat box. Off the dome, TM. It's because I want to do something besides video games, but I don't feel like doing art yet. Commissions that I have to finish from like a couple months ago. Okay, anyway. Let's see. The many requests from IWW members for guidance as to how to fight the imperialist war went unanswered. Even Big Bill Haywood, the angry and militant IWW leader, had to back off. I am at a loss as to definite steps to be taken against the war. Damn, they should have done that thing that lefties always get dunked on for and split off to make their own fragment. Finally, the IWW decided to duck the issue as much as possible. The word went out to white workers to stick to local economic issues of higher wages, etc., and not oppose the government. Organize now for the post-war struggle. Organize now for the post-war struggle should be the watchword. This surface political retreat only revealed the growing settler sickness at the heart of the IWW and sabotaged the most advanced and revolutionary-minded white proletarians within their ranks. Oh, they split off and made their own fragment? Yeah. They never organized to oppose U.S. imperialism because that's not what even the immigrant proletarian masses wanted. They wanted militant struggle to reach some social justice for themselves. During the July 15th AFL strike at the Connecticut munitions plants, the charge was made that the whole strike was a plot by German agents, with the strike secretly subsidized by the Kaiser's treasury. The World War I national bourgeoisie shazazzle. In a lead editorial in its national journal, Solidarity, the IWW hurried to put itself on record as not opposing the war effort. While admitting that they had no proof that the strike was a German conspiracy, the IWW urged the strikers to settle quickly. Womp womp. The editorial angrily suggested that the strike leaders might move to Germany. Then they came to the main point, which was undermining the anti-imperialist sentiment among the workers and urging them to think only of getting more money for themselves. Oh, it's yeehaw time. The organizers of these factories are making millions out of the murder fest in Europe. Their slaves should whack what... Sorry, what's that? Hold on. Let me recheck that again. Yeah. Millions out of the murder fest in Europe. Their slaves should likewise improve the opportunity to get a little something for themselves. The point may be made here that we should all be interested in stopping the production of war munitions. Yes, of course, but that's only a dream. So the only thing the workers in these factories can do is try to improve their condition. There was a big fission between more traditional union advocates and more hardline socialist members, and it really did a number on them. I don't think it's what did the organ, but it was... Well, they're getting there, I think. Yeah. Sometimes I feel kind of bad that I moved out of America to go live with my partner. But I'm not going to be like, all right, Muddy, I'm leaving you. I've got to go I've got to go and I've got to go and what's the word? Not cosplay. I got to go LARP as Che Guevara. I'm not in the U.S. anymore, so okay, let's see. The line was very clear. Oh, the author is getting there. I mean, in this paper. Okay, the line was very clear. Far from fighting U.S. imperialism. Oh, it's much longer than a paper. It's like 180 pages book. But yeah, far from fighting U.S. imperialism, the IWW was spreading defeatism among the workers and urging them to concentrate only on getting a bigger bribe out of the imperialist super profits. The IWW is often praised by the settler left as very American, very grassroots. We can say that their cynical individualistic slant that workers can only get a little something for themselves out of the slaughter of millions does represent the essence of American settler degeneracy. Oof, ouch. In Russia, the Bolsheviks were telling the Russian workers to turn the imperialist war into a revolutionary war and overthrow the imperialists, which they did. Now, you picked like the perfect time for your get out of America plan. Well, I mean, I'm not really I'm not really one of the population of people that would have been affected by it much at all. TBH. I'm white passing and I'm still able to live with my parents because white dad and like Chinese mom. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I'm not too worried about my mom, but like, I don't know. Well, I guess if I did actually try to, I don't know. If I did actually try to do like, I don't know. If I did try to go back, I would probably not bring my phone with me because they would control F socialism and then they would detain me for like a month or something. I don't know. True, Alaska is far from the blast radius. Oh yeah, I guess. Well, I did hear that they let me see. Okay, yeah, I guess I don't know if I've actually read about any deportation stuff that happened, but they have been using Alaska's prisons as like what's it? That thing they do where when they deport not deport when they detain people for an undetermined period of time and then they like shuffle them around between prisons so that people who are trying to find them don't know where to look. They've been using Alaska's prisons as like part of that, in addition to like other states, obviously. But yeah. Oh, also thanks for the water and stretch, Banana. I was thinking maybe so Nekio made this art for me and then I like set it up in PNG Tuber Plus. Excuse me. I was thinking maybe I'll just make it in like make it into a live 2D or something. Although it probably won't be as probably won't spend as much time on it as I normally would with a live 2D. Most I heard were people being displaced due to weather/climate conditions there. Oh. Hmm. I'm not quite sure what that means exactly. I guess it's, I don't know. I should probably keep up more with like what's going on up there, but like I don't know. It's harder for me to do that when I'm not literally living there. Or not harder, but it's like I don't passively absorb it like I usually would. This is a Nekua model? Yeah, Nekua is one of my besties. Yeah, I made him do this. No, um, I don't know, the art exchange rate is kind of lopsided, but I was like, so I helped, was it Nekua sent his model to me and was like, can you fix some stuff? And I was like, okay. And then I went through and I, let's see. Right, so there was like one thing where it was like, I fixed it up so that, I mean, it was like specifically one problem with like the mouth, but I just set it up for like everything else so that wouldn't cause any issues in the future with like, I'm not gonna go into the details, but yeah. And then there was like some other small things I fixed with like the that he wanted me to fix with like the ear whiskers and oh, I also fixed something with like the scalp being visible on the very edge in the hair. And then he was like, if you want, yeah, I can do some art for you in return. And that was before I had like started on it. And I was like, no, you don't have to. And when I was done, I was like, no, give me that art. I didn't think he would spend as much time as he did on this though. So I like Nekua. I like Nekua too. It's pronounced Nekua. Yeah. Let's see. Did we? Oh, right, we're on like here somewhere. Okay. I'm surprised we haven't bumped into each other in Sasibunui circles. Oh. Yeah, I am following Sussy. Sussy raids into me on rare. Or rather, I don't know if they've decided on a system name yet, but Sussy / Lilith / the stabby one. They sometimes raid into me, but I don't know. They're I guess I think of them as a friend or an acquaintance at the very least, but I don't usually like chat in their streams since it's I don't know, it's just not the kind of vibes that I usually like for like, I don't know. There's only a few people that I usually like lurk in the chat of or just chat with to begin, or chat in to begin with. Yeah. Okay, let me go ahead and keep reading. See, Russians totally Bolsheviked it up. TM. The IWW's pathetic efforts to avoid antagonizing the bourgeoisie did them little good. The US Empire tired of these pests, and then they squashed them like a anime grape, viewing the militant organization of immigrant labor as dangerous. Finally cranking its police machinery up, the imperialist state proceeded to smash the defenseless IWW clear into virtual non-existence. It wasn't even very difficult, since throughout the West, vigilante mobs of settlers declared an open reign of terror against the IWW. In Arizona, some 1,300 miners suspected of IWW involvement were driven from the state at gunpoint. That's okay, I just appreciate the small world vibes. Alright. In July 1918, 101 IWW leaders, past and present, were convicted in Chicago federal court of sabotaging the imperialist war effort in a rigged trial that dwarfed the Chicago conspiracy trial of the Vietnam War era. The political verdict was certain, even though the prosecution was unable to prove that the IWW had obstructed the war in any way. Only one defendant out of 101 had violated the draft registration laws, while the IWW unions had led strikes that disrupted war production in Western copper and timber. The government was forced to admit that of the 521 disruptive strikes that had taken place since the U.S. Empire entered the war, only 3 were by the IWW, while 519 were by the pro-government AFL unions. Federal raids in the IWW took place from coast to coast. Immigration agents held mass roundups, which resulted in long jail stays while undergoing deportation hearings. In 1917, the federal agents arrested 34 IWW organizers in Kansas, who eventually got prison terms of up to 9 years. In Omaha, Nebraska, the 64 IWW delegates at the Agricultural Workers Organization Convention were arrested and held 18 months without trial. In 21 states, criminal syndicalism laws were passed, directed at the IWW, under which thousands were arrested. In California alone, between 1919 to 1924, some 500 IWW members were indicted, 128 of whom ended up serving prison terms of up to 14 years. The IWW never recovered from these blows, and from 1917 on quickly declined. Such an unwillingness to fight U.S. imperialism could hardly come from those with anti-imperialist politics. The reason we have to underline this is that for obvious ends, the settler left has been emphasizing how the IWW was a mass example of anti-racist labor unity. This poison debate has been naively picked up by a number of Third World revolutionary organizations and used as one more small justification to move toward revisionist, integrationist ideology. There is no doubt that much of the IWW genuinely despised the open, white supremacist persecution of the colonial peoples. Unlike the smug, privileged AFL aristocracy of labor, the IWW represented the voice of those white workers who had suffered deeply and thus could sympathize with the persecuted. But their inability to confront the settleristic ambitions within themselves reduced these sparks of real class consciousness to vague sentiments and limited economic deals. Joe Hillstrom, protest meeting, IWW Hall, Terebedura. I'm not going to read out the thing there. See. The IWW never attempted to educate the most exploited white workers to unite with the national liberation struggles. Instead, it argued that racial unity on the job to raise wages was all that mattered. This is the approach used by the AFL-CIO today. Obviously, it's a way of building a union in which white supremacist workers tolerate colonial workers. This was the narrow economic self-interest pitch underneath all the syndicalist talk. The IWW warned white workers, leaving the Negro outside of your union makes them a potential, if not an actual, scab, dangerous to the organized workers. These words reveal that the IWW's goal was to control colonial labor for the benefit of white workers, and that Africans were viewed as dangerous if not controlled. So that even in 1919, after 2 years of severe race riots in the North, armed attacks by white workers and African exile communities, the IWW kept insisting that there was no race problem. Been lurking because busy things, but love y'all. Oh, hello, Nick, y'all. I hope you're having a good lurk. See, kept insisting that there was no race problem. There was only a class problem. The economic interests of all workers, be they white, black, brown, or yellow, are identical, and all are included in the IWW. It has one program for the entire working class, the abolition of the wage system. Splat. The IWW's firm position of not fighting the lynch mobs, of not opposing the colonial system, allowed them to unite with the racist element in the factories, and helped prepare the immigrant proletariat for becoming loyal citizens of the empire. It must never be forgotten that the IWW contained genuinely proletarian forces, some of whom could have been led forward toward revolution. We can see this supposed unity actually at work in the IWW's relationship to the Japanese workers on the West Coast. In the western region of the empire, the settler masses were deeply infected with anti-Asian hatred. Much of this at that time was directed at the new trickle of Japanese immigrant laborers, who were working mainly in agriculture, timber, and railroads. These Japanese laborers were subjected to the most vicious persecution and exploitation, with the bourgeois politicians and press stirring up mob terror against them constantly. Both the Socialist Party of Eugene Debs and the AFL unions helped lead the anti-Asian campaign among the settler masses. Oh, we're dunking on Eugene Debs again. I watched there's this YouTube channel called Second Thought. They're not as communist as they could be, but they do. I don't know. I don't think they talk about race as much as they could probably, actually. But like, I mentioned Eugene Debs once when there was like some video talking about previous labor movements in the US or something. Didn't talk about any of the like racist shit that's being talked about in this book. So I was like, oh, I guess Eugene Debs is cool. But here we have a second L for Eugene Debs. So yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I don't know, I'm pretty sure that Second Thought has done anti-imperialist, has made videos on like imperialist stuff too. Like 95% sure. And the like podcast that they do, they have two other guys who are like, one of them is I don't actually know where Ugopnik is from, but I guess he's from Eastern Europe somewhere, and he has a very Eastern European accent. And then the other one is an Iraqi, so you know they're probably not cringe. Hakim is the Iraqi one. Let's see. Okay. Eugene Debs, cringe. Let's see. Okay. In April 1903, 1,000 Japanese and Mexicano sugar beet workers struck near Oxnard, California. They formed the Sugar Beet and Farm Laborers Union and wrote the AFL. Oh, oops. Oh, they wrote the AFL, big mistake. Wrote the AFL asking for union charter of affiliation. AFL President Samuel Gompers, in his usual treacherous style, tried in his reply to split the ranks of the oppressed. Your union must guarantee that it will under no circumstances accept membership of any Chinese or Japanese. Excuse me. The union... Howdy. Yeah. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got one singular purple chip. Let's see. The union's Mexicano secretary, the president was Japanese, answered Gompers for his people. In the past, we have counseled, fought, and lived on very short rations with our Japanese brothers, and toiled with them in the fields, and they have been uniformly kind and considerate. We would be false to them, and to ourselves, and to the cause of unionism, if we now accepted privileges for ourselves, which are not accorded to them. We are going to stand by men who stood by us in the long hard fight which ended in victory over the enemy. Japanese workers were not only unable to find unity with the settler unions, but had to deal with them as part of the oppressor forces. There was a high level of organization among us. Oh, he says us because the author, J. Sakai, is Japanese, I believe. I mean, I guess from the name, you might be able to... One might make such an assumption. But, yeah. See? There was a high level of organization among us, expressed usually in small, local, Japanese national minority associations of our own. The news, therefore, that the new IWW was accepting Asian workers as members was quite welcome to us. In 1907, 2 white IWW organizers went to the office of the North American Times, a Japanese-language newspaper in Seattle. They asked the newspaper to publish an announcement of a forthcoming meeting. As the newspaper happily informed its readers, every worker, no matter whether he is Japanese or Chinese, is invited. This new organization does not exclude you as others do, but they heartily welcome you to join. Don't lose this chance. See, this is IWW. They're holding a thing that says, "Holding the Fort in Everett." And I cannot read the rest of that, if there's anything there. The IWW publicly criticized those socialists who were part of the anti-Asian campaign. In a special pamphlet, they appealed to white workers to see that Asians were good union men who would be helpful in winning higher wages. They're as anxious as you to get as much as possible. This is proven by the fact that they have come to this country. But while scattered Japanese workers joined the IWW, in the main we did not. The reason, quite simply, is that while the IWW wanted our cooperation, they did not want the hated Japanese workers inside the IWW. In order to keep amicable relations with the mass of white supremacist settlers in the West, the IWW limited their relationship to us. Some Asians would be acceptable, but any conspicuous mass recruitment of Japanese was too controversial. A sympathetic writer about the IWW at the time noted, "At the third convention, George Speed was shooting up some speed, and George Speed, a delegate from California, quite accurately expressed the sentiment of the organization in regard to the Japanese question." They always making other people into questions. In regard to the Japanese question, "The whole fight against the Japanese," he said, "is the fight of the middle class of California, in which they employ the labor faker to back it up." He added, however, that he considered it practically useless under present conditions for the IWW to take any steps to organize the Japanese. This position was seen in action at the 1914 hop pickers strike near Maryville, California, which was the well-publicized struggle that launched the IWW's farm worker organizing drive in that state. That year, the Durst Ranch hired 2,800 migrant workers at below-market wages and forced them to toil in isolated near slavery. IWW organizers soon started a strike in which the Japanese, Mexicano, Greek, Syrian, Puerto Rican, and other nationalities were strongly united. The strike led to a national defense campaign when the sheriff, after shooting 2 striking workers, arrested the 2 main IWW organizers as the alleged murderers. Wow. Although the strike was victorious and led to bigger organizing drives, the Japanese workers had disappeared. We were persuaded to withdraw, while still honoring the picket lines, in order to help the IWW, since the feeling of the working class against the Japanese was so general throughout the state that the association of the Japanese with the strikers would in all probability be detrimental to the latter. The IWW tried to justify everything by saying that move was on the initiative of the Japanese workers, and then praising it as an act of solidarity. Notice that while the Japanese laborers lived and worked and went out on strike with the others, that the IWW statement separates the Japanese from the strikers. The IWW considered it solidarity for oppressed Asian workers to be excluded from their own struggle, so that the IWW could get together with the open racists. It should be clear that while the IWW hoped to establish the unity of all workers as a principle, they were willing to sacrifice the interests of colonial and oppressed workers in order to gain the real goal, the unity of all white workers. While it was advantageous for the IWW to keep Asians at arm's length in occupied New Africa, there was literally no way to build industrial unions without winning the cooperation of African workers. In the South, the African proletariat was the bedrock of everything. The IWW experience there highlights the strategic limitations of its political line. In 1910, an independent union, the Brotherhood of Timber Workers, was formed in Louisiana and Mississippi. This was to become the main part of the IWW's Deep South organizing. The Southern These southern settler workers were on the very bottom of the settler world. They were forced to labor for $7 to $9 per week, and that mostly not in cash, but in scrip. Scrippity scrip. You're a good mule, Molly. That mostly not in cash, but in scrip usable only at the company stores. Their very exploited lives were comparable to that of the hunky and dago of the northern industrial towns. In other words, they lived a whole level below the norm of settler society. For that reason, the settler timber workers were driven to build themselves a union, and because half of the workforce in the industry was African, they had to recruit Africans as well. Half of the 3,500 Brotherhood of Timber Workers, BT Dubs, half of the 35,000 BTW BTW members were African, organized into seg lodges and not admitted to the settler union meetings, of course. It was not a case of radicalism or idealism. The settler worker was literally forced by practical necessity to gain the cooperation of African workers. In a major pamphlet in which he calls on settler timber workers to join up with the IWW, the BT Dubs' secretary, J. Smith, reminds them that the controversial policy of integrating the union existed solely to keep Africans under control. As far as the Negro question goes, it means simply this: either the whites organize with the Negroes, or the bosses will organize the Negroes against the whites. Schmear. Okay. In 1912, the BTW joined the IWW after integrating its union meetings at the demand of Big Bill Haywood. The IWW now had a major labor drive going in the Deep South, but a few months later, the BTW was totally crushed in the Maryville, Louisiana strike in 1912. In a 4-day reign of terror, the local sheriff and company thugs beat, kidnapped, and deported the strike activists. The BTW was dissolved by terror, as hundreds of members had to flee the state, and many more were whitelisted. Blacklist? Whatever, they were listed and could no longer find work in that industry. The IWW's refusal to recognize colonial oppression or the exact nature of the imperialist dictatorship over the occupied South meant that it completely misled the strike. Industrial struggle in the Deep South could not develop separate from the tense, continuous relationship between the settler garrison and the occupied African nation. The IWW in the South swiftly fell apart. They were unable to cope with the violent, terroristic situation. The IWW had a use for oppressed colonial workers, and it certainly didn't conduct campaigns of mob terror against us. It publicly reminded white workers of the supposed rights of the colonial peoples, but as a white workers' union, it had no political program, no practical answers for the problems of the colonial proletariat. And insofar as it tried to convince everyone that there was a solution for the problems of colonial workers separate from liberation for their oppressed nations, it did a positive disservice. See the asterisk. It is interesting to note that even on the Philadelphia waterfront, where the African-led IWW Marine Transport Workers Union No. 8 was the most stable local in the entire IWW, the African workers eventually felt forced to leave the IWW due to slander, baseless charges, and race baiting. The IWW lived, rose, and fell at the same time as the Great Mexican Revolution of 1910, just across the artificial border. I say border in quotes. I'm talking about in context of Mexico, because Mexico used to be a lot larger and cover like the western half of, southwestern chunk of the United States. Shmoo. For this syndicalist organization to have reached out and made common cause with the anti-colonial revolutions would have been quite easy. On November 27, 1911, the Zapatistas proclaimed the Plan of Ayala, setting forth the agrarian revolution. It was from the U.S.-occupied territory of El Paso that Francisco Villa and 7 others began the guerrilla struggle in Chihuahua. There's a place called Chihuahua, that's really messed up. Began the guerrilla struggle in Chihuahua on March 6, 1913. Hundreds of thousands of peasants joined Zapata's Liberator Army of the South and Villa's division of the North. Even the Villistas, less politically developed than their southern compatriots, were social revolutionaries. Villa, a rebel who had taught himself to read while in prison, was openly anti-clerical at a time when Roman Catholicism was the official religion of Mexico. He called the church the greatest superstition the world has ever known. The Villista government in Chihuahua founded 50 new schools and divided the land up among the peasants. This popular uprising spread the spirit of rebellion across the artificial border into the U.S.-occupied zone. One California historian writes, the dislocation caused by the I'm just going to try and say Mexican every time. Caused by the Mexican Revolution of 1912 to 1917 led to an increasingly militant political attitude in Los Angeles. This led to a Chicano movement to boycott the draft. Vicente Carrillo led a drive to protest the draft and to use mass meetings to focus attention upon Mexican-American economic problems. Again, it is easy to see that the IWW didn't have far to look if they wanted alliances against the U.S. empire. Proposals were even made that the IWW and Mexicano workers join in armed uprisings in the Southwest. Ricardo Flores Magón, the revolutionary syndicalist who was the first major leader of Mexicano workers, had ties to the IWW during his long years of exile in the U.S. His organization, the Partido Liberal Mexicano, PLM, led thousands of Mexicano miners in strikes on both sides of the artificial border. Magón was imprisoned 4 times by the U.S. Empire, finally being murdered by guards. Wow, that finally went somewhere different than I thought it was. Finally being murdered by guards to prevent his scheduled release from Fort Leavenworth. His proposal for the IWW to join forces with the Mexicano Proletariat in armed struggle fell on deaf ears. Although some wobblies, such as Joe Hill, went to Mexico on an individual basis for periods of time, the IWW as a whole rejected such cooperation. Oh, this must be like the plantation fields. It's kind of hard to tell, but they all got the... I don't think sombrero is the right word, but they... I don't know. It's hats for blocking out the sun on the farm. Magón once angrily wrote his brother from prison, "The Norte Americanos are incapable of feeling enthusiasm or indignation. This is truly a country of pigs. If the Norte Americanos do not agitate against their own domestic miseries, can we hope they will concern themselves with ours?" In outlining these things, we are, of course, not just discussing the IWW. Primarily, we are looking at the forming consciousness and leadership of a new class, the white industrial proletariat. The same general weaknesses of this class can be seen outside the IWW, even more sharply. Lack of revolutionary leadership, inability to withstand the sabotage of the labor aristocrats of the native-born Euro-American workers, opposition to the anti-colonial struggles. The great industrial battles in steel at the end of this period show not only these weaknesses, but emphasize the significance of what this meant. This was evident in the 1919 steel strike, for example, in which for the first time, 15 AFL unions called an industry-wide strike. On September 22, 1919, some 365,000 steel workers walked out. But while the mass of non-unionized immigrant European laborers held firm, the unionized Euro-American skilled workers were a weak element. Capitalist repression had an effect, most notably in Gary, Indiana, where a division of U.S. Army troops broke the strike. But the defeat was due to the incredibly bad leadership and the betrayal by the better-paid settler workers. The disaster of the strike shows why even the inadequate policies or politics of the IWW looked so good to the proletarians of that day. Many of the skilled Euro-American workers never joined the strike at all in places like Pittsburgh, and many who had struck started trickling back to work, afraid of losing their good jobs. In early November, their union, the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, broke from the strike and started ordering its members back to work. By late November, the mills had 75 to 80% of their workforce back. On January 2nd, 1920, the strike was officially declared over. Some of the most determined militants had to leave the industry or return to Europe. Wowza. While the treachery of the labor aristocracy was very evident in this defeat, The most important event took place after the strike. During the strike, some 30,000 African workers from the South had been imported by the steel companies. There was a strong tendency among the white steelworkers to blame the defeat of the strike on African scabs or strikebreakers, and all the more so because the 10% of the northern steel workforce that was African refused to join the strike. The bourgeoisie was guiding the white workers in this. Company officials passed the word that inwards did it. In Pittsburgh, one mill boss announced, "The inwards saved the day for us." In fact, although this was widely accepted, it was clearly untrue. To begin with, 30,000 African workers fresh from the South could hardly have replaced 365,000 strikers. There was also, by all accounts, a tremendous turnover and desire to quit by those African workers, and within a few months, supposedly few, if any of them, remained. The reason is that most of them were not strikebreakers, but workers who had been systematically deceived and brought to the mills by force. That's why they left as soon as they could. The testimony during the strike of 19-year-old Eugene Stewart of Baltimore illustrates this. He was recruited along with 200 others, including whites, to work in Philadelphia for $4 per day. But once inside the railroad car, they found the doors locked and guarded by armed company police. They were taken without food or water to Pittsburgh, unloaded under guard behind barbed wire, and told that they were to work at the mills. Seeing that a strike was going on, many of them wanted to quit. The guards told them that any Africans attempting to leave would be shot down. Stewart did succeed in escaping, but was found and forcibly returned by the guards. It was only after a second attempt that he managed to get free. It is obvious that the African strikebreakers were deliberate propaganda set up by the capitalists and swallowed wholesale by the white workers. Jesus Christ, this was 1919? Yeah. Yeah, no wonder that that nobody trusts or that no POC whatever, they don't trust the white boys. In regard to the African steelworkers already at work in the North, and who declined to join the strike, it should be remembered that this was a white strike. Many of the striking AFL unions did not admit Africans. Those that did so, solely to get Africans to honor their strikes, usually kept Africans in seg locals. The Euro-American leadership of the strike had promised Africans nothing, and plainly meant to keep their promise. That is, the strike had a definite oppressor nation character to it and was wholly white supremacist. Nor did the white steel strike develop separate from the continuous struggle between oppressor and oppressed nations. During the two previous years, there had arisen a national movement of settler workers to bar Africans from northern industry by terroristic attacks. Between 1917 to 19, there had been 20 major campaigns by settler mobs against African exile communities in the North. The July 1917 East St. Louis race riot was organized by that Steel City's AFL Central Trades Council, which had called for violence to remove the growing menace of the African exile community. In 2 days of attacks, some 39 Africans were killed and hundreds injured. The hand of the capitalists was evident when the Chicago Tribune editorially praised the white attackers and told its readers that Africans were happiest when the white race asserts its superiority. Again, we see the organized Euro-American workers as the social troops of one faction or another of the imperialists. As the steel campaign was gathering steam throughout 1919, the terroristic attacks on Africans increased as well. In Chicago, this was to climax in the infamous July 1919 race riot, just 2 months before the strike began. Oh, and the reason they put this in quotation marks is because it's usually just white people attacking black people. Race riot makes it sound like It was a two-way thing. See. July 1919, just 2 months before the strike began, Spears's Black Chicago recounts. Between 1917 and 1919, white athletic clubs assaulted Negroes on the streets, and neighborhood improvement societies bombed Negro homes. During the summer of 1919, the guerrilla warfare in turn gave way to open armed conflict. The south side of Chicago became a battleground for racial war. The bombing of Negro homes and assaults on Negroes in the streets and parks became almost everyday occurrences. On July 27, 1919, an African teenager was stoned to death on the 29th Street beach, and after Africans attacked his murderers, generalized fighting broke out. It lasted 6 days until the Illinois National Guard was called in. 23 Africans were killed and 342 wounded, with over 1,000 homeless after arson attacks. White losses were 15 killed and 178 wounded. Africans were temporarily trapped in the Black Belts, unable to go to work or obtain food. Assisted by the police, Irish, Italian, and other white workers would make night raids into the Black Belt. Homes were often attacked. When Africans gathered, police would begin firing into the crowds. Excuse me. This caption says, a Mississippi lynching captured by the camera. They're all in... all the white guys are in fucking suits. Well, I guess technically that was the working men wear of like 100 years ago. Whatever. Or... I'm not quite sure what's... I can't quite tell what's going on here, but looks like fire. Oh, we're in chapter 6 already. Whoops. Just trying to find like a... Okay, I guess I don't have this image in the web version. So the authorities did not move to restore order, incidentally, until after African World War I vets broke into the 8th Illinois Infantry Armory and armed themselves with rifles to take care of the white mobs. You know, they should have gotten themselves some vehicles too. This was the vigorous warm-up for the steel strike. It was not surprising that the African exile communities were less than enthusiastic about supporting the strike of the same people who had spent the last 2 years attacking them. Given the history of the AFL, it was possible that an outright triumph of the AFL unions might have meant renewed efforts to drive African labor out of the mills altogether. It was typical settleristic thinking to make Africans responsible for the failure of a white strike, which was never theirs in the first place. Both the strike leadership and the bourgeoisie cleverly promoted this hatred, encouraging the European immigrant and native-born settler alike to turn all their anger and bitterness onto the African nation. Perhaps the most interesting role was played by William Z. Foster, the chief leader of the strike. He was one of the leading socialist trade unionists of the period, and in 1920 would become a leader in the new Communist Party USA. Oh, CPUSA is cringe as well? Damn, everyone's cringe. I'm doing my click right now, because I only remember to do it when I'm streaming, and it pops up. Some schmimmer. Let's see. He was one of the leading socialist trade unionists of the period, and in 1920 became the CPUSA. From then on until his death, he would be a leading figure of settler communism. Even today, young recruits in the CPUSA and Mao Zedong thought organizations are often told to study Foster's writings in order to learn about labor organizing. William Z. Foster had, as the saying goes, pulled defeat out of the jaws of victory. Foster based the strike on the AFL unions, despite their proven record of treachery and hostility toward the proletarian masses. That alone guaranteed defeat. He encouraged white supremacist feeling and thus united the honest elements with the most reactionary. Despite the great popular support for a nationwide strike and the angry sentiments of the most exploited steelworkers, Foster and the other AFL leaders so sabotaged the strike that it went down to defeat. The one smart thing he did was to cover up his opportunistic policies by following the capitalists and using Africans as the scapegoats. In his 1920 history of the strike, Foster, the supposed communist, repeated the lie that African workers had lined up with the bosses. In fact, Foster even said that in resolving the differences between Euro-American and African labor, the Negro has the more difficult part, since the African worker was becoming a professional strikebreaker. And militant white workers knew what they were supposed to do to a professional strikebreaker. Foster's lynch mob oratory was only restrained by the formality expected of a Euro-American communist leader. His white supremacist message was identical to, but more politely clothed than the crude rants of the Ku Klux Klan. He warned that the capitalists were grooming Africans as a race of strikebreakers, with whom to hold the white workers in check, on much the same principle as the Tsars used the Cossacks to keep in subjugation the balance of the Russian people. It's easy to see how Foster became such a popular leader among the settler workers. No longer was it just a question of some Africans not following the orders of the white labor. Now Foster was openly saying that the entire African race was the enemy. Could the imperialists have asked for more than to have the leading communist trade union leader help them whip up the oppressor nation masses to oppress the African nation? The Cossacks were the hated and feared special military of the Russian Tsar, used in bloody repressions against the people. Only the most twisted, clan-like mentality would have so explicitly compared the oppressed African nation to these infamous oppressors. And was this message not an incitement to mob terror and genocide? For the poor immigrants from Eastern Europe, much of which was under the lash of Tsarist tyranny, to kill a Cossack was an act of justice, of retribution. The threat was easy to read. In case Africans didn't get Foster's threat, which was also being delivered in the streets as we know, Foster made it even more plain. He said that if Africans failed to obey the decisions of settler labor, it's Yeehaw time, it would make our industrial disputes take on more and more the character of race wars, a consummation that would be highly injurious to the white workers and eventually ruinous to the blacks. Oh, that's the snip here. During the 1919 race riots, a white mob chases a Negro into his home and then stones him to death with bricks. He is dead by the time the police arrive. Oh, these are... The second one's a police photo. They're like, oh, there was just nothing we could do. Then I popped them like grapes. The threat of a genocidal race war against Africans, unless they followed the orders of settler labor, makes it very clear just what kind of unity Foster and his associates had in mind. We should say that once Foster started dealing with the problem of how to build the Euro-American left, he discovered that it was much more effective to pose as an anti-racist and use soft sell in promoting a semi-colonial mentality in oppressed nationalities. Foster, the communist, declared himself an expert on civil rights, poverty in Puerto Rico, African history, and so on. The tragic failure of the new white industrial proletariat to take up its revolutionary tasks, its inability to rise above the level of reform, is not just a negative. The failure was an aspect of a growing phenomenon, the Americanization of the foreign proletariat from Eastern and Southern Europe. By the later part of World War I, it was possible to see that these immigrants were starting to climb upwards toward becoming settlers. Revolutionary fervor, as distinct from economic activity, declined sharply among them from this point on. This was not a smooth process. The sharp repression of 1917 to 1924, in which not only government forces but also the unleashed settler mob terror struck out across the U.S. empire, was a cleanup campaign directed at the European national minorities. Thousands were forced out or returned home. Many were imprisoned, killed, or terrorized. Historians talk of this campaign as a Red Scare, but it was also the next to final step in purifying these foreigners so that America could adopt them. The chairman of the Iowa Council of Defense said, "We are going to love every foreigner who really becomes an American, and all the others we are going to ship back home." A leader of the Native Sons of the Golden West said that immigrants must live for the United States and grow an American soul inside of him or get out of the country. The offer was on the table. the Hunky and Dago could become white, though barely, through Americanization if they pledged their loyalty to the US empire. In the steel mills, World War I meant wholesale Americanization campaigns. Hungarian Hollow, the immigrant slum quarter in Granite City, Illinois, was renamed Lincoln Place at the prompting of the steel companies, with festive ceremonies and speeches. By 1918, the Gary, Indiana U.S. Steelworks had over 1,000 men enrolled in evening citizenship classes. Liberty Bond drives and Army enlistment offices in the plants were common. Immigrants were encouraged by their employers to join the U.S. Army and prove their loyalty to imperialism. Yeah. Common mythology makes it sound like makes it sound like the later European immigrants. It makes it sound like they just kind of peacefully, chillaxfully assimilated in and whatever, got some sweet treats. But I guess it was actually more like they just kicked out everyone who wasn't gonna line up. Crunch. Americanization was not just a mental process. To become a settler was meaningless unless it was based on the promise of privileges and the willingness to become parasitic. As native-born Euro-Americans continued to leave the factories, the immigrant Europeans could now advance. Yes, sir, we'll follow in a single file line. Yeah. And the importation of hundreds of thousands, soon to be millions, of Mexicano, African, Puerto Rican, and other colonial workers into northern industry gave the Americanized Europeans someone to step up on in his climb into settlerism. In the steel mills, Mexicanos and Africans made up perhaps 25% of the workers in Indiana and Illinois by 1925. They were the bottom of the labor there, making up for the immigrant European who had moved up or left for better things, steel labor history notes. Meanwhile, the Eastern Europeans were occupying the lesser positions once held by the English-speaking workmen. As they rose, the number of Slavs in the mills shrank. At one time, 58% of the Jones and Laughlin labor force, the immigrants comprised only 31% in 1930. There were 30% fewer Eastern Europeans in Illinois steel company mills in 1928 than in 1912. Now largely the immediate bosses of the Negroes and Mexicans, the immigrants disdained their inferiors much as the natives had once disliked them. The bad feeling generated by the Red Scare abated only gradually. In Gary, the Ku Klux Klan flourished, but the respectable solidity of the immigrant communities in time put to rest unreasoning fear. The children were passing through the schools and into business and higher jobs in the mills. Each year, the number of homeowners increased, the business prospered, and the churches and societies became more substantial. The immigrants were assuming a middling social and economic position in the steel towns. The U.S. empire could afford gradually expanding the privileged strata because it had emerged as the big winner in the First Imperialist World War. Scott Nearing pointed out how in 1870 the U.S. was the fourth-ranked capitalist economy. By 1922, the U.S. had climbed to number one position, more than equal to the wealth of Britain, Germany, France, Italy, Russia, Belgium, and Japan combined. Successful imperialist war was the key to Americanization. Throughout the empire, this movement of the immigrant proletarians into the settler ranks was evident. A history of Maybe I'll say Mexicano and then I'll say Mexican. I don't know, it just feels a little weird. A history of Mexican labor importation notes. In the beet fields of Colorado, as elsewhere in the West, other immigrant groups, such as the Italians, Slavs, Russians, or Irish, found that they could move up from worker or tenant to owner and employer through the use of Mexican migrants. This point marks a historic change. Never again would white labor be anti-American and anti-capitalist. Although it would organize itself millions strong into giant unions and wage militant economic campaigns, White labor from that time on would be branded by its servile patriotism to the US empire. As confused as the IWW might have been about revolution, its contempt for US national chauvinism was genuine and healthy. It was only natural for an organization so strongly based on immigrant labor, many of whose best organizers were not US citizens and who often spoke little or no English, to feel no sympathy for the US empire. It was a tragedy that this strength was overturned, that this socialist possibility faded into a reinforcement for settlerism, and yet the contradiction between the reality of exploitation in the factories and the privileges of settlerism still remained. The immigrant masses could not be both settler and proletarian. This was the historic challenge of the CIO and New Deal. VII, break through the CIO. I'm going to take a short break to eat a food. I'm peckish, as they say. I'll put it on the BRB screen. Yeah. Get your food. I'll get fooding it up. Food over here. Food here. Grabbing food. Gotta rest. Happy I stumbled in. Thanks for the streamies. Oh, okay. Thanks for. Yeah. I hope you enjoyed and have a good rest. Streamer. Okay. AFK time. Kif kif. Okay, I'm back. I consumed the remainder of the old bread. Cheese toast. Yeah, it's cheese on toast. Okay. Yeah, we're on chapter 7 now, which is like out of chapter 7 out of 14. That means we're halfway through or something. Kind of, but not really. Yeah, I did. I just finished eating. Okay. Number 7. Breakthrough of the CIO. It is a revealing comparison that during the 1930s, the European imperialists could only resolve the social crisis in Italy, Germany, Spain, Poland, Finland, Romania, and so on by introducing fascism. While in the US, the imperialists resolved the social crisis with the New Deal. In Germany, the workers were hit with the Gestapo, while in America, they got the CIO industrial unions. In that decade, the white industrial proletariat unified itself, pushed aside the dead hand of the old AFL labor aristocracy, and in a crushing series of sit-down strikes won tremendous increases in wages and working conditions. For the first time, the new white industrial proletariat forced the corporations to surrender their despotic control over industrial life. The Eastern and Southern European immigrant national majorities won the better life that Americanization promised them. They became full citizens of the U.S. empire and, with the rest of the white industrial proletariat, won rights and privileges both inside and outside the factories. In return, as U.S. imperialism launched its drive for world hegemony, it could depend upon the armies of solidly united settlers serving imperialism at home and on the battlefield. Excuse me. To ensure social stability, the new government-sponsored unions of the CIO absorbed the industrial struggle and helped to discipline class relations. 1. Unification of the white workers. The working class upsurge of the 1930s was not accumulated discontents. This is the common but shallow view of mass outbreaks. What is true is that material conditions, including the relation to production, shape and reshape all classes and strata. These classes and strata then express characteristic political consciousness, characteristic roles in the class struggle. The unification of the white industrial workforce was the result of immense pressures. Its long-range material basis was the mechanization and imperialist reorganization of production. In the late 19th century, it was still true that in many industries, the skilled craftsmen literally ran production. They, not the company. Oh, you are forcing me into the soda position.
Do you want to?
I don't need, I got water. Fine. Don't. In the late 19th century, it was still true that in many industries, the skilled craftsmen literally ran production. They, not the company, would decide how the work was done. Combining the functions of artisan, foreman, and personnel office, these skilled craftsmen would directly hire and boss their entire work crew of laborers, paying them out of a set fee paid by the capitalist per ton or piece produced, the balance being their wage profit. The master roller in the sheet metal rolling mill, the puddler in the iron mill, the butty in the coal mine, the carriage builder in the early auto plant all exemplified this stage of production. The same craft system applied to gun factories, carpet mills, stone quarries, etc., etc. It was these highly privileged settler craftsmen who were the base of the old AFL unions. Their income reflected their lofty positions above the laboring masses. In 1884, for example, master rollers in East St. Louis earned $42 per week, a then very considerable wage. Other guys were getting like 8 to 12 a week. And that was the white guys. Over 4 times more than laborers they bossed. This petite bourgeois income and role gradually crumbled as capitalists reorganized and seized ever tighter control over production. A survey by the U.S. Bureau of Labor found that a number of skilled steelworkers earning that's another typo thing, I think. Skip it. Let's see. Oh, okay, earning 60 cents an hour. The number of skilled steelworkers earning 60 cents an hour fell by 20% between 1900 to 1910. Mechanization cut the ranks of craftsmen, and even where they remained, their once powerful role in production had shrunk. The AFL, Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, whose 24,000 members in 1891 accounted for two-thirds of all craftsmen in the industry, had dwindled to only 6,500 members by 1914. Mechanization also wiped out whole sections of the very bottom factory laborers, replacing shovels with mechanical scoops, wheelbarrows with electric trolleys, and cranes. Both top and bottom layers of the factory workforce are increasingly pulled into the growing middle stratum of semi-skilled production line assemblers and machine operators. In the modern auto plants of the 1920s, some 70% were semi-skilled production workers, while only 10% were skilled craftsmen and 15% laborers. The political unification of the white workers thus had its material roots in the enforced unification of labor in the modern factory. The 1929 Depression was also a great equalizer and a sharp blow to many settlers, knocking them off their conservative bias. During the 1930s, roughly 25% of the U.S. empire was unemployed. Office clerks, craftsmen, and college students rubbed shoulders with laborers and farmers in the relief lines. Many divisions broke down as Midwestern and Southern rural whites migrated to the industrial cities in search of jobs or relief. Let's see. Rubbing shoulders. Many divisions broke down as Midwestern and Southern rural whites migrated to the industrial cities in search of jobs or relief. In 1929, it was estimated that in Detroit alone, there were some 75,000 young men of the Suitcase Brigade who had come from the countryside to find jobs in the auto plants. Excuse me. The Depression not only helped unite the settler workers, but the social catastrophe pushed large sections of other settler classes towards more sympathy with social reform. Small farmers were being forced wholesale into bankruptcy and were conducting militant struggles of their own. Professionals, intellectuals, and even many small businessmen felt victimized by corporate domination of the economy. Militancy and radicalism became temporarily respectable. When white labor started punching out, it would not only be stronger than before, but much of settler society would be sympathetic to it. All we ask is living wages. Stay off this job. Do not buy General Motor products. Okay. 2. Labor offensive from below. Citizenship in the empire had very real but still limited meaning, so long as many white workers remained industrial slaves of the corporations. Increasing centralization of monopoly capitalism, repeated aspects of feudalism on a higher level. Both inside and outside the factory gates, the settler workers were subject to heightened regimentation. During the 1920s, it was not unusual for the persistent speed up by management to double production per worker, even without taking mechanization into account. At Ford, perhaps the most extreme of the industrial despots, every 10th employee was also a company spy. Workers overheard making resentful remarks would be beaten up right on the production line by the ever-present guards. In the U.S. steel plants at Homestead, Pennsylvania, the constant spying gave rise to a common saying: "If you want to talk in Homestead, you must talk to yourself." The Depression and the massive unemployment only threw more power into corporate hands. Not only were wages cut almost everywhere, but many companies laid off experienced workers and replaced them with newcomers at a fraction of the old wages. Ford Motor Company, which advertised that it was the highest paying company in the U.S., allegedly paid production workers a minimum of $7 per day. With inflation less than it paid with inflation less than it paid in 1914. On the contrary, some thousands of Euro-American Ford employees in the 30s found their pay down as low as $1.40 per day. That was roughly what African women domestics had earned in Chicago. It takes no genius to see that settler workers would not passively accept being reduced to a colonial wage. Companies in Detroit, Pittsburgh, etc. advertised widely in the South for workers, wishing even larger pools of jobless to intimidate and discipline their employees. The AFL unions were not only loyal to imperialism, but in their weakened state, heavily dependent on enjoying the continued favors of individual corporations by opposing any real struggle. It was for that reason that the old Amalgamated Association had betrayed the 1919 steel strike. In that same year, AFL President Gompers actually told the U.S. Senate that prohibition was a danger because alcohol was needed to get the workers' minds off rebellion. In the new auto industry, the AFL was receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes from the auto manufacturers, usually via expensive advertisements in labor newspapers or donations to anti-communist campaigns. But when the dam broke, the pent-up anger of millions of Euro-American industrial workers was a mighty force. New organizing drives and new strikes had never completely stopped, even during the repressive 1920s. Defeat was common, but in 1934, two citywide general strikes in San Francisco and Minneapolis, and a near general strike in Toledo stunned capitalist America. The victory of longshoremen in San Francisco and Teamsters in Minneapolis were important, but the Toledo Auto Workers strike, in which thousands of unemployed supporters of the auto workers drove the Ohio National Guard off the streets in direct battle, was the clearest sign of things to come. The victory in the Auto Light Parts plant was immediately followed by union victories at all the other major factories in town. Toledo became in 1934 the first Union City in industrial America. A tidal wave of labor unrest affected all parts of the U.S. and all industries. The new sit-down strikes became a rage. It was customary strategy for employers to break strikes by keeping the plants going with scabs, while hired thugs and police repressed the strike organization. But in the sit-downs, the workers simply seized and occupied the plants, not only stopping production, but threatening the bosses with physical destruction of their factories if they tried any repression. After so much abuse and powerlessness, militant young workers discovered great pleasure in temporarily taking over. In some strikes, unlucky bands of foremen and company officials trapped in plant offices would become union prisoners for a few hours or days. While 1935 and 36 saw sit-down strikes in the rubber plants in Akron, Ohio, and auto plants in Detroit, Cleveland, and Atlanta, it was the December 1936 Flint, Michigan sit-down strike against GM that became the pivotal labor battle of the 1930s. Flint was the central fortress of GM production, their special company town where GM carefully kept both Africans and foreign-born immigrants to a minimum. Wages in the many Flint GM plants were relatively high for the times. Still, many enthusiastic Flint auto workers organized themselves around the new CIO, United Auto Workers Union, and seized both Fisher Body No. 1 and Chevy No. 4 plants. Thousands of CIO militants from all over Michigan demonstrated in the streets as the sit-downers, armed with crowbars and bats, barricaded themselves in. Thousands of CIO militants from all over Michigan demonstrated in the streets as the sit-downers, armed with crowbars and bats, barricaded themselves into the plants. Since the first plant was the only source of Buick, Olds, and Pontiac bodies, and the second plant was the only source of Chevrolet engines, the CIO sit-down strangled all GM car production. After 90 days of intense struggle around the seized plants, General Motors gave in. They recognized the UAW as the union representation in 17 plants. This was the key victory of the entire Euro-American labor upsurge of the 1930s. It was obvious that if General Motors, the strongest corporation in the world, was unable to defeat the new industrial unions, then a new day had come. Practical advances by workers in auto, steel, rubber, electronics, maritime, meatpacking, trucking, and so on proved that this was so. Okay, let's see here. This image here says, Ford workers at 1935 New Jersey CIO convention, masked to avoid recognition by company spies. And they're holding signs that say, we'll take off these masks when Henry Ford obeys the U.S. laws. I can't read the words in between there, but it says Hitlerism, Fordism, Americanism, Wagnerite. Shmee. The new Union upsurge, which had begun in 1933, continued into the World War II period and the immediate post-war years. The number of strikes in the U.S. jumped from 840 in 1932 to 1,700 in 1933, 2,200 in 1936, and 4,740 in 1937. By 1944, over 50% of auto workers took part in one or more strikes during the year. As many settler workers were taking part in strikes in 1944 as many settler workers were taking part in strikes in 1944 as in 1937, at the height of the sit-downs. The defiant mood in the strongest Union centers was very tangible. On March 14, 1944, some 5,000 Ford workers at River Rouge staged an unauthorized wildcat strike in which they blockaded the roads around the plant and broke into offices, liberating files on Union militants. It was common in negotiations for crowds of auto workers to surround the company officials or beat up company guards. The substantial increases in wages and improvements in hours and working conditions were, for many, secondary to this newfound power in industrial life. In the great 1937 Jones and Laughlin steel strike in Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, a company town ruled over by a near-fascistic company dictatorship, one striker commented on his union dues after the victory. It's worth $12 a year to be able to walk down the main street of Aliquippa, talk to anyone you want about anything you like, and feel like you're a citizen. White America reorganized then into the form we now know. The Great 30s labor revolt was far more than just a series of factory disputes over wages. It was a historic social movement for democratic rights for the settler proletariat. Typically, these workers ended industrial serfdom. They won the right to maintain class organizations, to expect steady improvements in life, to express their work grievances, to accumulate some small property, and to have a small voice in the local politics of their empire. In the industrial North, the CIO movement reformed local school boards, sought to monitor draft exemptions for the privileged classes, ended company spy systems, replaced anti-union police officials. Anti-union police officials. Okay. And in myriad ways, worked to reorganize the U.S. empire so that the Euro-American proletariat would have the life they expected as settlers. That is, a freer and more prosperous life than any proletariat in history has ever had. 3. New Deal and class struggle. Major class contradictions, which had been developing since industrialization, were finally resolved. The European immigrant proletariat wanted to fully become settlers, but at the same time was determined to unleash class struggle against the employers. Settler workers as a whole, with the Depression as a final push, were determined to overturn the past. This growing militancy made a major force of the settler workers. While they were increasingly united, native-born, Euro-American, and immigrant alike, the capitalists were increasingly disunited. Most were trying to block the way to needed reform of the U.S. empire. The New Deal administration of President Franklin Roosevelt reunited all settlers, old and new, gave the reunited all settlers, old and new. It gave the European ethnic national minorities real integration as Americans by sharply raising their privileges. New Deal officials and legislation promoted economic struggle and class organization by the industrial proletariat, but only in the settler way, and government-regulated unions loyal to U.S. imperialism. President Roosevelt himself became the political leader of the settler proletariat and used the directed power of their aroused millions to force through his reforms of the empire. Most fundamentally, it was only with this shakeup, these modernizing reforms, and the homogenized unity of the settler masses that U.S. imperialism could gamble everything on solving its problems through world domination. This was the desperate preparation for World War. The global economic crisis after 1929 was to be resolved in another imperialist war, and the U.S. empire intended to be the victor. This social reunification could be seen in President Roosevelt's unprecedented third-term victory in the 1940 elections. Pollster Samuel Lubell analyzed the landslide election results for the Saturday Evening Post. Roosevelt won by the vote of labor, unorganized as well as organized, plus that of the foreign-born and their first and second generation descendants, and the Negro. It was a class-conscious vote for the first time in American history, and the implications are portentous. The New Deal appears to have accomplished what the socialists, the IWW, and the communists never could approach. Kef. Lubell's investigation showed how, in a typical situation, the New Deal Democrats won 4-1 in Boston's Charlestown neighborhood. That was a working class and small, petit bourgeois, ethnic Irish community. Of the 30,000 in the ward, almost every family had directly and personally benefited from their New Deal. Perhaps most importantly, the Democrats had very publicly become the champion of the Irish climb up the American ladder. While Irish had been kept off the Boston U.S. federal bench, Roosevelt promptly appointed 2 Irish lawyers as federal judges. Yeah. Other Irish from that neighborhood got patronage as postmasters, U.S. Marshals, collector of customs, and over 400 other federal positions. Finally, they get to be the one wearing the boot or whatever. Explodes you. What is this thing here? If I went to work in a factory, the first thing I'd do would be to join a union. Franklin D. Roosevelt. FDR anniversary issue. Okay. Irish workers in the neighborhood got raises from the new federal minimum wage and hours law. Unemployment benefits went to those who were still jobless. 300 to 500 Irish youth earned small wages in the National Youth Administration, while thousands of adult jobless were given temporary Works Progress Administration jobs. 40% of the older Irish were on U.S. old age assistance. 600 families got the 600 families got ADC. Many received food stamps. Federal funds built new housing and paid for park and beach improvements. The same process was taking place with Polish, Italian, Jewish, and other European national minority communities throughout the North. It was not just a crude bribery. The Depression was a shattering crisis to settlers, upsetting far beyond the turmoil of the 1960s and 70s. It is hard for us to fully grasp how upside down the settler world temporarily became. In the first week of his administration, for example, President Roosevelt hosted a delegation of coal mine operators in the White House. They had come to beg the president to nationalize the coal industry and buy them all out. They argued that free enterprise had no hope of ever reviving the coal industry or the Appalachian communities dependent upon it. Millions of settlers believed that only an end to traditional capitalism could make things run again. The new answer was to raise up the U.S. government as the coordinator and regulator of all major industries. To restabilize the banking system, Roosevelt now insured consumer deposits and also sharply restricted many former speculative bank policies. In interstate trucking, in labor relations, in communications, in every area of economic life, new federal agencies and bureaus tried to rationalize the daily workings of capitalism by limiting competition and stabilizing prices. The New Deal consciously tried to imitate the sweeping corporate state economic dictatorship of the Mussolini regime in Italy. The most advanced sections of the bourgeoisie, such as Thomas Watson of IBM and David Sarnoff of RCA, backed the controversial New Deal reforms. But for most, the reaction was heated. The McCormick family's Chicago Tribune editorially called for Roosevelt's assassination. Those capitalists who most stubbornly resisted the changes were publicly denounced by the New Dealers, who had set themselves up as the leaders of the anti-capitalist mass sentiment. The contradictions within the bourgeoisie became so great that a fascist coup d'etat was attempted against the New Deal. A group of major capitalists, headed by Irene DuPont of DuPont Chemicals and the J.P. Morgan banking interests, set the conspiracy in motion in 1934. The DuPont family put up $3 million to finance a fascist stormtrooper movement, with the Remington Firearms Co. to arm as many as 1 million fascists. General Douglas MacArthur was recruited to ensure the passive support of the U.S. Army. The plan was to seize state power with a captive President Roosevelt forced to officially turn over the reins of government to a hand-picked fascist strongman. As their would-be American Führer, the capitalists selected General Smedley Butler, twice winner of the Congressional Medal of Honor and retired commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps. But after being approached by J.P. Morgan representatives, General Butler went to Congress and exposed the cabal. An ensuing congressional investigation confirmed General Butler's story, with the conspiracy shot down, and keeping in mind the high position of the inept conspirators, the Roosevelt administration let the matter just fade out of the headlines. During the 1936 election campaign, one observer recorded the New Deal's open class appeal at a Democratic Party rally in Pittsburgh's Forbes Field. The packed crowd was whipped up by lesser politicians as they expectantly awaited the presidential motorcade. State Senator Warren Roberts recited the names of famous millionaires, pausing as the crowds thundered boos after every name. He orated, "The president has decreed that your children shall enjoy equal opportunity with the sons of the rich." Then Pennsylvania Governor Earl took the microphone to punch at the Republican capitalists even more. "There are the Mellons, who have grown fabulously wealthy from the toil of the men of iron and steel, the men whose brain and brawn have made this great city. Grundy, whose sweatshop operators have been the shame and disgrace of Pennsylvania for a generation. Pugh, who strives to build a political and economic empire with himself as dictator. The DuPonts, whose dollars were earned with the blood of American soldiers. Morgan, financier of war." Thousands of boos followed each name. Then, with the crowds worked up against their hated exploiters, the presidential motorcade drove into the stadium to frenzied cheering. The Observer wrote of Roosevelt's entry, "He entered in an open car. It might have been the chariot of a Roman emperor." Shmee. So it was not just the social concessions that the government made. The deep allegiance of the Euro-American workers to this new leader and his New Deal movement was born in the feeling that he truly spoke for their class interests. This was no accident. Nations and classes in the long run get the leadership they deserve. USA Work Program, WPA. TVA, Electricity for All. Shmee. In order to end the company town feudalism of other communities, the CIO unionists took their newfound strength into the bourgeois political arena. The massed voting basis of the new unions was the bedrock of the New Deal in the industrial states. The union activists themselves merged into and became part of the imperialist New Deal. Bob Travis, the Communist Party militant who was the organizer of the Flint sit-down, proudly told the 1937 UAW convention, "Oh, it's yeehaw time. We have also not remained blind to utilizing the city's political situation to the union's advantage whenever possible. In this way, for 5 months after the strike, we were able to consolidate a 5-4 pro-labor majority block in the city commission, get a pro-labor city manager appointed, and bring about the dismissal of a vicious police chief notorious as a strikebreaker." When are we going to get around to the butt? It's all gravy, but okay. By 1958, Robert Carter, the UAW regional director for Flint Lansing, could resign to become Flint city manager. Things had come full circle. Once outsiders challenging the local establishment, then angry reformers, the union was now part of the local bourgeois political structure. This was the universal pattern in the industrial areas. In Anderson, Indiana, the auto workers at GM Guide Lamp took over the plant in the 1937 sit-down. By 1942, strike leader Riley Etchison was a member of the local draft board. Another sit-downer was the new sheriff. John Mullen, the steelworkers union leader at U.S. Steel's Clairton, Pennsylvania works, went on to become the mayor, as did steelworkers local leader Elmer Malloy in Duquesne, Pennsylvania. Duquesne. Everywhere the young CIO activists integrated into the local Democratic Party as a force for patriotic reform. Nor was this limited to Euro-Americans. Coleman Young, mayor of Detroit, John Conyers, U.S. congressman, and many other African politicians got their start as young CIO staff members. In Hawaii, the Japanese workers in the CIO International Longshoremen's and Warehousemen's Union became the active base of the Democratic Party's takeover of Hawaiian bourgeois politics after the war. Oh, big oof. The CIO unions became an essential gear in the liberal reform machine of the Democratic Party. A significant factor in the success of the 1930s union organizing drives was the U.S. government's refusal to use armed repression against it. No U.S. armed repression against Euro-American workers took place from January 1933, when Roosevelt took office, till the June 1941 North American aviation strike in California. The U.S. government understood that the masses of Euro-American industrial workers were still loyal settlers committed to U.S. imperialism. To overreact to their economic struggles would only further radicalize them. Besides, why should President Roosevelt have ordered out the FBI or U.S. Army to break up the admiring supporters of his own Democratic Party? Attempts by the reactionary wing of the bourgeoisie to return to the non-union past by wholesale repression were opposed by the New Deal. In the 1934 West Coast Longshore Strike, which in San Francisco became a general strike after the police killed 2 strikers, President Roosevelt refused to militarily intervene, despite the fact that the governors of Oregon and Washington requested that he do so. In speaking for the shipping companies and business interests on the coast, Oregon Governor Meyer telegraphed Roosevelt that troops were needed because "we are now in a state of armed hostilities. The situation is complicated by communistic interference. It is now beyond the reach of state authorities. Insurrection, which, if not checked, will develop into civil war." Roosevelt publicly scorned this demand. It is telling that at the most violent period of the strike, a picture of President Roosevelt hung in the Longshoremen's Union office in San Francisco. Shmee shmee. Shmee shmee. Shmee shmee. Okay.
Willow is going to be live, but I'm for check it before you. Bring your book.
9 million pages. I'm not even halfway done.
Oh, okay. Good luck. All right.
Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, leaving on a prayer. Take my hand and we'll T-pose all the way. Okay. President Roosevelt privately said in 1934 that there was a conspiracy by the old conservative crowd to provoke general strikes as a pretext for wholesale repression. The president's confidential secretary wrote at the time that both he and U.S. Labor Secretary Francis Perkins believed that I had to sneeze. Believed that the ship owners deliberately planned to force a general strike throughout the country, and in this way they hoped they could crush the labor movement. I have no proof, but I think the ship owners were selected to replace the steel people who originally started out to do this job. The reactionary wing of the bourgeoisie were no doubt enraged at the New Deal's refusal to try and return the outmoded past at bayonet point. Almost 3 years later, in the pivotal labor battle of the 1930s, the New Deal forced General Motors to reach a deal with their striking Flint, Michigan employees. GM had attempted to end the Flint sit-down with force, using both a battalion of hired thugs and the local Flint police. Lengthy street battles with the police over Union food deliveries to the sit-downers resulted in many strikers shot and beaten. 14 were shot in one day, but also in Union control over the streets. In the famous Battle of Bull's Run, the auto workers, fighting in clouds of tear gas, forced the cops to run for their lives. The local repressive forces available to GM were unequal to the task. From the second week of the strike, GM had officially asked the government to send in the troops, but both the state and federal governments were in the hands of the New Deal. After 5 weeks of stalling, Michigan Governor Frank Murphy finally sent in 1,200 National Guardsmen to calm the street battles, but not to move against either the Union or the seized plants. Murphy used the leverage of the troops to pressure both sides to reach a compromise settlement. The governor reassured the CIO, "The military will never be used against you." The National Guard was ordered to use force if necessary to protect the sit-down from the local sheriff and any right-wing vigilantes. The administration had both the president's secretary and the secretary of commerce call GM officials urging settlement with the union. Roosevelt even had the head of R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company call his friend, the chairman of GM, to push for labor peace. The end of GM's crush the union strategy came on February 11, 1937, after President Roosevelt had made it clear he would not approve repression and told GM to settle with the union. GM realized that the fight was over. The important effect of the pro-CIO national strategy can be seen if we compare the 30s to earlier periods. Whenever popular struggles against business grew too strong to be put down by local police, then the government would send in the National Guard or U.S. Army. Armed repression was a drastic but brutally decisive weapon used by the bourgeoisie. And the iron fist of the U.S. government not only inspired terror, but also promoted patriotism to split the settler ranks. The U.S. Army broke the great 1877 and 1894 national railway strikes. The coast-to-coast repressive wave, led by the U.S. Department of Justice against the IWW during 1917 to 1924, effectively destroyed that un-American movement, even without army troops. Yet, no such attempt was made during the even more turbulent 1930s. President Roosevelt himself turned to CIO leaders, in the words of the New York Times, for advice on labor problems rather than to any old-line AFL leader. There was a heavy split in the capitalist class, with many major corporations viewing the CIO as the red menace in their backyards, and desperately using lockouts, company unions, and police violence to stop them. Not all, however. Years before the CIO came into being, General Swope of General Electric had told AFL President William Green that the company would rather deal with one industrial union rather than 15 different craft unions. And when the Communist Party led United Electrical Workers, CIO, organized at GE, they found that the company was glad to make a deal. While some corporations, such as Republic Steel, tolerated unionization only after bloody years of conflict, others wised up very quickly. U.S. Steel tried to control its employees by promoting company unions, but in plant after plant, the company unions were taken over by CIO activists. It was no secret that the New Deal was pushing industrial unionization. In Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, Jones and Laughlin Steel Co. had simply made union militants disappear. One steelworkers organizer was later found after having been secretly committed to a state mental hospital. New Deal Governor Pinchot changed all that, even assigning state police bodyguards to protect CIO organizers. In Homestead, where no public labor meeting had been held since 1919, 2,000 steelworkers and miners gathered in 1936 in a memorial to the pioneering 1892 Homestead strike against U.S. Steel. The memorial rally was protected by state police, and Lieutenant Governor Kennedy was one of the speakers. He told the workers that the state police would help them if they went on strike against U.S. Steel. Wow, isn't that nice, having state backing? I'll read this little pamphlet thing or whatever it says. Steel workers, now's the time to join with steel workers everywhere to win higher wages, a square deal, and security. The law says you have a right to organize into a genuine union under your own control. The powerful backing of the Committee for Industrial Organization will help you build a strong union in accordance with the law. CIO will assist your efforts to get a wage agreement with steel companies. A union can end favoritism, protects you against the split up, and end unfair layoffs. Stand up for your rights, safeguard your children's future. My mouth broke down. America is a land of great wealth. See that you have your just shame. Get in touch with the Steelworkers Organizing Committee, 3600 Grand Building, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 1900 Engineer Building, 205 West Rider Drive, Chicago, 1418 Cumber Building, Birmingham, Alabama. All right, no more auctioneer voice. With all that, it is understandable that U.S. Steel decided to reach in a settlement with the CIO. 2 weeks after the Flint sit-down defeated GM, U.S. Steel suddenly proposed a contract to the CIO. On March 2, 1937, the Steelworkers Union became the officially accepted bargaining agent at U.S. steel plants. The corporation not only bowed to the inevitable, but by installing the CIO, it staved off even more militant possibilities. The CIO bureaucracy was unpopular in the mills. Only 17 or only 7% of the U.S. Steel employees had signed union membership cards. In fact, Lee Pressman, the Communist Party lawyer for the Steelworkers Union, said afterwards that they just didn't have the support of the majority. Excuse me. There is no question that we could not have filed a petition through the National Labor Relations Board or any other kind of machinery asking for an election. We could not have won an election. At the U.S. Steel stockholders meeting the following years, Chairman Myron Taylor explained to his investors why the New Deal's pro-CIO approach worked. The union has scrupulously followed the terms of its agreement and, insofar as I know, has made no unfair effort to bring other employees into its ranks, while the corporation's subsidiaries, during a very difficult period, have been entirely free of labor disturbance of any kind. By holding back the iron fist of repression, by encouraging the CIO, the New Deal reform government cut down labor disturbance among the Euro-American proletariat. It should be kept in mind that the New Deal was ready to use the most direct repression when it was felt necessary. All during the 1930s, for example, they directed an ever-increasing offensive against the Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico. Unlike the settler workers, the liberation struggle of Puerto Rico was not seeking the reform of the U.S. empire, but its ouster from their nation. The speed with which the nationalist fervor was spreading through the Puerto Rican masses alarmed U.S. imperialism. So the most liberal, most reform-minded U.S. government in history repressed the nationalists in the most naked and brutal way. By 1936, the tide of pro-independence sentiment was running high, and Don Albizu Campos, president of the Nationalist Party, was without doubt the most respected political figure among both the intellectuals and the masses. School children were starting to tear the U.S. flag down from the school flagpoles and substitute the Puerto Rican flag. In the city of Ponce, the school principal defied a police order to take the Puerto Rican banner down. The New Deal response was to directly move to violently break up the Nationalist Center. In July 1936, 8 nationalist leaders were successfully tried for conspiracy by the U.S. government. Since their first trial had ended in a deadlocked jury, the government decided to totally rig the next judge and jury. Most of the jurors were Euro-Americans, for example. That done, the nationalist leaders were sentenced to 4 to 10 years in federal prison. Meanwhile, general repression came down. U.S. Governor Winship followed a policy of denying all rights of free speech or assembly to the pro-independence forces. Machine guns were placed in the streets of San Juan. On Palm Sunday, 1937, 1 month after President Roosevelt refused to use force against the Flint sit-down strike, the Ponce massacre took place. A nationalist parade with a proper city permit was met with U.S. police gunfire. The parade of 92 youth from the Cadets and Daughters of the Republic, nationalist youth groups, was watched by 150 U.S. police with rifles and machine guns. As soon as the unarmed teenagers began marching, the police began firing and kept firing. 19 Puerto Rican citizens were killed and over 100 wounded. Afterwards, President Roosevelt rejected all protests and said that Governor Winship had his approval. The goal of paralyzing the pro-independence forces through terrorism was obvious. Similar pressures, although different in form, were used by the New Deal against Mexicano workers in the West and Midwest. There, mass roundups in the Mexicano communities and the forced deportation of 500,000 Mexicanos, many of whom had U.S. residency or citizenship, were used to save relief funds for settlers, and, most importantly, to break up the rising Mexicano labor and national agitation. In a celebrated case in 1936, miner Jesus Palares was arrested and deported for the crime of leading the 8,000-member La Liga Obrera de Habla Española in New Mexico. The U.S. government used violent terror against the Puerto Rican people and mass repression against the Mexicano people during the 1930s, but it did nothing like that to stop Euro-American workers because it didn't have to. The settler working class wasn't going anywhere. In the larger sense, they had little class politics of their own anymore. President Roosevelt easily became their guide and patron saint, just as Andrew Jackson had for the settler workmen of almost exactly 1 century earlier. The class consciousness of the European immigrant proletarians had gone bad, infected with the settler sickness. Instead of the defiantly syndicalist IWW, they now had the capitalistic CIO. This reflected the desires of the mass majority of Euro-American workers. They wanted settler unionism with a privileged relationship to the government and their New Deal. Settler workers accepted each new labor law passed by the imperialist government to stabilize labor relations. But unions regulated, supervised, and reorganized by the imperialists are hardly the free working class organizations called by that name in the earlier periods of world capitalism. One reason that the CIO settler unionism was so valuable to the imperialists was that in a time of labor upheaval, it cut down on uncontrolled militancy and even helped calm the production lines. Even the left union militants were forced into this role. There was a thing I read, I guess probably about 2 years ago now, about how unions just functioned as a pressure release valve for the bourgeoisie in the US. Sure. Even the left union militants were forced into this role. Bob Travis, the Communist Party leader of the 1937 Flint sit-down, reported only months after besting General Motors. Despite this terrifically rapid growth in membership, we have been able to conduct an intensive educational campaign against unauthorized strikes and for observation of our contract, and in the total elimination of wildcat actions during the past 3 months. Womp womp. Fortune, the prestigious business magazine, said in 1941, properly directed, the UAW can hold men together in an emergency. It can be made a great force for morale. It has regularized many phases of production. Its shop stewards, who take up grievances on the factory floor, can smooth things as no company union could ever succeed in smoothing them. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, here we go. Oh, there was like a Tumblr post that I had, Tumblr post from a thing called the Nyangard Party. I guess it's not there. It's gone now. Well, I guess it's a good thing I copy pasted some of the text. Oh well. Maybe I can internet archive it or something. Oops, hold on. Here's the other thing I was talking about. I think. Shmee. This other thing. It's a dead link. Let's see. I'll just read this out real quick. An important thing for the US left to learn is that labor unions are not necessarily revolutionary, anti-imperialist, etc. This depends on the ideological leadership of the workers' movement, the conditions the workers in a particular country find themselves in, etc. Given the relative lack of any kind of labor movement, I understand how this blind spot forms in the US. Although the AFL-CIO proudly fought for a reaction throughout the Cold War, but it becomes much clearer as one learns about the European labor movement, or the Israeli, read comrades and enemies. These organizations that agitate on behalf of the portion of the working class that they represent, and it is the case that the working class in the West benefits from imperialism. Goods and services become affordable for Western workers through the availability of cheap foreign labor and raw materials. That cheap labor is the result of imperialism. This means labor movements can arise either organically or with the input from the bourgeoisie, which directly or indirectly support the government's imperialist adventures. The communist movement, therefore, has to engage with these tactically, not offering the unconditional support that might be able to be offered to a colonized country's labor movement, for example. Whether this means critical support in the hope of gaining some foothold as the expanding momentum of labor as political... Whether this means a critical support in the hopes of gaining some foothold as the expanding momentum of labor as political agent grants the communist movement more room to agitate, or open rejection of a right-wing, bourgeois-friendly labor movement, depends on what options are available to a genuinely progressive movement in the moment. Usually in our lifetimes at least, essentially no reaction is possible. This is worth keeping in mind as well. Shmimmin. The other one is something that's kind of, what's it? Article from libcom.org. It's how the ruling class views trade unions. Okay. The Euro-American proletariat during the 30s had broken out of industrial confinement, reaching for freedoms and a material style of life no modern proletariat had ever achieved. The immense battles that followed obscured the nature of the victory. The victory they gained was the firm positioning of the Euro-American working class in the settler ranks, re-establishing the rights of all Europeans here to share the privileges of the oppressor nation. This was the essence of the equality that they won. This bold move was in the settler tradition, sharing the American pile with more European reinforcements so that empire could be strengthened. This formula had partially broken down during the transition from the America of the frontier to the industrial America. It was the brilliant accomplishment of the New Deal to mend this break. Carrie McWilliams watches a mass deportation. I watched the first shipment of repatriated Mexicans leave Los Angeles in February 1931. The loading process began at 6 o'clock in the morning. Repatriados arrived by the truckload. Men, women, and children, with dogs, cats, and goats, half-open suitcases, rolls of bedding, and lunch baskets. It cost the county of Los Angeles $77,249.29 to repatriate one trainload, but the savings and relief amounted to $347,468.41 for this one shipment. In 1932 alone, over 11,000 Mexicans were repatriated from Los Angeles. The strikes in California in the 30s, moreover, were duplicated whenever Mexicans were employed in agriculture. Mexican field workers struck in Arizona, in Idaho and Washington, in Colorado, in Michigan, and in the lower Rio Grande Valley in Texas. When Mexican sheep shearers went on strike in West Texas in 1934, one of the sheepmen made a speech in which he said, "We are a pretty poor bunch of white men if we were going to sit here and let a bunch of Mexicans tell us what to do." With scarcely an exception, every strike in which Mexicans participated in the borderlands in the 30s was broken by the use of violence and was followed by deportations. In most of these strikes, Mexican workers stood alone. That is, they were not supported by organized labor, for their organizations, for the most part, were affiliated neither with the CIO nor the AFL. Carrie Williams, north from Mexico. Let's see. Oh, that's a book. Carrie Williams, North from Mexico, the Spanish-speaking people of the United States. Okay. 4. The CIO's integration and imperialist labor policy. The CIO played an important role for U.S. imperialism in disorganizing and placing under supervision the nationally oppressed. For the first time, masses of Third World workers were allowed and even conscripted into the settler trade unions. This was the result of a historic arrangement between the U.S. empire and nationally oppressed workers in the industrial North. On one side, this limited unity ensured that Third World workers didn't oppose the new settler industrial unions and were safely absorbed as minorities under tight settler control. On the other side, Hungry third world proletarians gained significant income advances in hopes of job security and advancement. It was an arrangement struck out of need on both sides, but one in which the Euro-American labor aristocracy made only tactical concessions while strengthening their hegemony over the empire's labor market. So while the old AFL craft unions had controlled third world labor by driving us out of the labor market, by excluding us from the craft unions, or by confining us to small, seg locals, the new CIO could only control us by absorbing us into their settler unions. The imperialists had decided that they needed colonial labor in certain industries. Euro-American labor could not, therefore, drive the nationally oppressed away in the old manner. The colonial proletarians could only be controlled by disorganizing them, separating their economic struggles from the national struggles of their peoples, separating them from other third world proletarians around the world, absorbing them as brothers of settler unionism, and placing them under the leadership of the Euro-American labor aristocracy. The new integration was the old segregation on a higher level, the unity of opposites in everyday life. We can see how this all worked by reviewing the CIO's relationship to African workers. Large African refugee communities had formed in the major northern industrial centers. Well over 1 million refugees had fled northwards in just the time between 1910 to 1924, and new thousands came every month. They were an irritating presence to the settler north. Each refugee community was a foreign body in a white metropolis, like a grain of sand in an oyster. And just as the oyster eased its irritation by encasing the foreign element in a hard, smooth coating of pearl, settler America encapsulated African workers in the hard white layer of the CIO. Despite the race riots and the hostility of Euro-Americans, the African refugees streamed to the north in the early years of the century. After all, even the troubles of the north seemed like lesser evils to those fleeing the terroristic conditions of the occupied national territory. Many had little choice, escaping the revived Ku Klux Klan. Increasingly forced off the land, barred from the new factories in the south, Africans were held down by the terroristic control of their daily lives. Each night found the Illinois Central Railroad winding its way northward through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee, following the Mississippi River up to the promised land of Gary or Chicago. Instead of sharecropping or seasonal farm labor for Mr. John, African men during World War I might get hired for the elite Chicago jobs as laborers at Argo Cornstarch or International Harvester. Each week, the Chicago Defender, in the 1920s the most widely read race newspaper even in the South, urged its readers to forsake hellish Mississippi and come northward to freedom. One man, man, my nose is itchy again. Sorry. One man remembers the long Mississippi nights, tossing and turning in bed, dreaming about the fabled North. You could not rest in your bed at night for Chicago. The refugee communities were really small, new African cities, where the taut rope of settler domination had been partially loosened. Spears' Black Chicago says, in the rural South, Negroes were dependent upon white landowners in an almost feudal sense. Personal supervision and personal responsibility permeated almost every aspect of life. In the factories and yards of the North, on the other hand, the relationship with the boss was formal and impersonal, and supervision limited to working hours. My nose itchy. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta take care of this. I'll just try not to touch my nose. Shmimmy. There was less individual restriction. Oh, is it because the fucking vibration of my voice? Can't be. That's ridiculous. Okay. While there was less individual restriction, African refugees were under tight control as a national group. The free bourgeois labor market of Euro-Americans didn't really exist for Africans. Their employment was not individual, not private. They got work only when a company consciously decided to use African labor as a group. So that African labor to the industrial north still existed under colonial conditions, driven into specific workplaces and specific jobs. Sorry, I'm snacking. Africans were understood by the companies as dynamite, extremely useful and potentially very dangerous. Their use in northern industry was the start, though little understood at the time, of gradually bringing the new European immigrants up from proletarians to real settlers. Imperialism was gradually releasing the hunky and Jago from laboring at the very bottom of the factories. Now, even more Euro-Americans were being pushed upwards into the ranks of skilled workers and supervisors. And if the African workers were paid more than their usual colonial wages in the South, they still earned less than white man's wages. Even the newest European immigrant on the all-white production lines could look at the African laborers and know his newfound privileges as a settler. The capitalists also knew that too many Africans might turn a useful and super profitable tool into a dangerous force. African labor was used only in a controlled way, with heavy restrictions placed upon it. One Indiana steel mill superintendent in the 1920s said, itchy nose. Okay. It didn't really help that much. Okay. One Indiana steel mill superintendent in the 1920s said, when we got up to 10% black employees, I said, no more colored without discussion. I got the colored pastors to send colored men whom they could guarantee would not organize and were not Bolsheviks. Excuse me. This was at a time when the Garvey movement, the All-African Labor Unions, and the growth of Pan-Africanist and revolutionary forces were taking place within the African nation. The northern factories placed strict quotas on the number of African workers, not because they weren't profitable enough, not because the employers were prejudiced, as the liberals would have it, but because the imperialists believed that African labor could most safely be used when it was surrounded by a greater mass of settler labor. In 1937, an official of the U.S. Steel Gary Works admitted that for the previous 14 years, corporate policy had set the percentage of African workers at the mill to 15%. The Ford Motor Company had perhaps the most extensive system of using African labor under plantation-like control, with Henry Ford acting as the planter. A special department of Ford management was concerned with dominating not only the on-the-job life of African workers, but the refugee community as well. Ford hired only through the African churches, with each church being given money if its members stayed obedient to Ford. The company also subsidized African bourgeois organizations. His African employees and their families constituted about 1/4 of the entire Detroit African community. Both the NAACP and the Urban League were singing Ford's praises and warning African auto workers not to have anything to do with unions. One report on the Ford system in the 1930s said, there is hardly a Negro church, fraternal body, or other organization in which Ford workers are not represented. Scarcely a Negro professional or businessman is completely independent of income derived from Ford employees. When those seeking Ford jobs are added to this group, it is readily seen that the Ford entourage was able to exercise a dominating influence in the community. The African refugee communities, extensions of an oppressed nation, became themselves miniature colonies with an African bourgeois element acting as the local agents of the foreign imperialists. Ford's system was unusual only in that one capitalist very conspicuously took as his role that which is usually done more quietly by a committee of capitalists through business foundations and their imperialist government. This colonial existence in the midst of industrial America gave rise to contradiction, to the segregation of the oppressed, creating its opposite in the increasingly important role of African labor in industrial production. Having been forced to concentrate in certain cities and certain industries, and even certain plants, African labor at the end of the 1920s was discovered to have a strategic role in northern industry far out of proportion to its still small numbers. In Cleveland, Africans composed 50% of the metalworking industry. In Chicago, they were 40 to 50% of the meat packing plants. In Detroit, the African auto workers made up 12% of the workforce at Ford, 10% at Briggs, 30% at Midland Steel Frame. Overall, African workers employed in the industrial economy were concentrated in just 5 industries: automotive, steel, meatpacking, coal, railroads. The first four were where settler labor and settler capitalists were about to fight out their differences in the 1930s and early 1940s, and African labor was right in the middle. In a number of industrial centers, then, the CIO unions could not be secure without controlling African labor, and on their side, African workers urgently needed improvement in their economic condition. A 1929 study of the automobile industry comments, as one Ford employment official has stated, many of the Negroes are employed in the foundry and do work that nobody else would do. The writer noticed in one Chevrolet plant that Negroes were engaged on the dirtiest, roughest, and most disagreeable work, for example, in the painting of axles. At the Chrysler plant, they are used exclusively on paint jobs, and at the Chandler Cleveland plant, certain dangerous emery wheel grinding jobs were given only to Negroes. In virtually all auto plants, Africans were not allowed to work on the production lines, and were segregated in foundry work, painting, as janitors, drivers, and other service jobs. They earned 35 to 38 cents per hour, which was 1/2 of the pay of the Euro-American production line workers. This was true at Packard, at GM, and many other companies. The CIO's policy, then, became to promote integration under settler leadership, where African labor was numerous and strong, such as the foundries, the meatpacking plants, etc., and to maintain segregation and Jim Crow in situations where African labor was numerically lesser and weak. Integration and segregation were but 2 aspects of the same settler hegemony. 3 other imperatives shaped CIO policy. 1. To maintain settler privilege in the form of reserving the skilled crafts, more desirable production jobs, and the operation of the unions themselves to Euro-Americans. 2. Any tactical concessions to African labor had to conform to the CIO's need to maintain the unity of Euro-Americans. 3. The CIO's policy on African labor had to be consistent with the overall colonial labor policy of the U.S. empire. We should underline the fact that rather than challenge U.S. imperialism's rules on the status and role of colonial labor, the CIO as settler unions loyally followed those rules. To use the automobile industry as a case, there was considerable integration within the liberal United Auto Workers, UAW-CIO. That is, there was considerable recruiting of African labor to help Euro-American workers advance their particular class interests. The first Detroit sit-down was at Midland Steel Frame in 1936. The UAW not only recruited African workers to play an active role in the strike, but organized their families into the CIO support campaign. Midland Frame, which made car frames for Chrysler and Ford, was 30% African. There, the UAW had no reasonable chance of victory without commanding African forces as well as its own. But at the many plants that were overwhelmingly settler, the CIO obviously treated African labor differently. In those majority of the situations, the new union supported segregation. In Flint, Michigan, the General Motors plants were Jim Crow. Africans were employed only in the foundry or as janitors at substandard wages. Many, of course, did other work, although still officially segregated and underpaid as janitors. Not only skilled jobs, but even semi-skilled production line assembly work was reserved for settlers. While the UAW fought GM on wages, hours, civil liberties for settler workers, and so forth, it followed the general relationship to colonial labor that GM had laid down, so that the contradiction between settler labor and settler capitalists was limited, so to say, to their oppressor nation, and didn't change their common front toward the oppressed nations and their proletariats. At the time of the Flint sit-down victory in February 1937, the NAACP issued a statement raising the question of more jobs. Everywhere in Michigan, colored people are asking whether the new CIO union is going to permit Negroes to work up into some of the good jobs, or whether it is just going to protect them in the small jobs they already have in General Motors. That was an enlightening question. Many UAW radicals had already answered yes. Wyndham Mortimer, the Communist Party USA trade union leader, who was first vice president of the new UAW CIO, left behind a series of autobiographical sketches of his union career when he died. Deacon Press, the publishing house of the liberal Unitarian Universalist Church, has printed this autobiography under the stirring title Organize. In his own words, Mortimer left us an inside view of his secret negotiations with African auto workers in Flint. Mortimer had made an initial organizing trip to Flint in June 1936, start setting up the new union. Anxious to get support from African workers for the coming big strike, Mortimer arranged for a secret meeting. A short time later, I found a note under my hotel room door. It was hard to read because so many grimy hands had handled it. It said, "Tonight at midnight," followed by a number on Industrial Avenue. It was signed, Henry. Promptly at midnight, I was at the number he had given. It was a small church and was totally dark. I rapped on the door and waited. Soon the door was opened and I went inside. The place was lighted by a small candle, carefully shaded to prevent light showing. Inside there were 18 men, all of them Negroes, and all of them from the Buick foundry. I told them why I was in Flint, what I hoped to do in the way of improving conditions and raising their living standards. A question period followed. The questions were interesting in that they dealt with the union's attitude toward discrimination and with what the union's policy was toward bettering the very bad conditions of the Negro people. One of them said, "You see, we have all the problems and worries of the white folks, and then we have one more. We are Negroes." I pointed out that the old AFL leadership was gone. The CIO had a new program with a new leadership that realized that none of us was free unless we were all free. Part of our program was to fight Jim Crow. Our program would have a much better chance of success if the Negro worker joined with us and added his voice and presence on the union floor. Another man rose and asked, "Will we have a local union of our own?" I replied, "We are not a Jim Crow union, nor do we have any second-class citizens in our membership." The meeting ended with 18 application cards signed and $18 in initiation fees collected. I cautioned them not to stick their necks out, but quietly to get their fellow workers to sign application cards and arrange other meetings. Mortimer's recollections are referred to over and over in Euro-American left articles on the CIO as supposed fact. In actual fact, there was little African support for the Flint sit-down. Only 5 Africans took part in the Flint sit-down strike, nor was that an exception. In the 1937 sit-down at Chrysler's Dodge, Maine, and Detroit, only 3 African auto workers stayed with the strike. During the critical organizing years of the UAW, African auto workers were primarily sitting out the fight between settler labor and settler corporations. It was not their nation, not their union, and not their fight. And the results of the UAW-CIO victory proved to their point of view. The Flint sit-down was viewed by Euro-American workers there as their victory, and they absolutely intended to eat the dinner themselves. So at Flint's Chevrolet No. 4 factory, the first UAW and GM contract after the sit-down contained a clause on non-interchangeability, reaffirming settler privilege. The new union now told the African workers that the contract made it illegal for them to move up beyond being janitors or foundry workers. That was the fruit of the Great Flint Sit-Down, a Jim Crow labor contract. The same story was true at Buick, exposing how empty were the earlier promises to African workers. This was not limited to one plant or city. This was not limited to one plant or one city. A history of the UAW notes, as the UAW official later conceded, in most cases, the earliest contracts froze the existing pattern of segregation and even discrimination. At the Atlanta GM plant, whose 1936 sit-down strike is still pointed to by the settler left, it is as an example of militant Southern labor history. Only total white supremacy was good enough for the CIO workers. The victorious settler auto workers not only used their newfound union power to restrict African workers to being janitors, but did away altogether with even the pretense of having them as union members. For the next 10 years, the Atlanta UAW was all white. So, in answer to the question raised in 1937 by the NAACP, the true answer was no. The new CIO Auto Workers Union was not going to get Africans more jobs, better jobs, more jobs, better jobs, an equal share of jobs, or any jobs. This was not a sellout by some bureaucrat, but the nature of the CIO. Was there a big struggle by union militants on this issue? No. Did at least the Euro-American left, there being many members in Flint, for example, of the Communist Party USA, the Socialist Party, and the various Trotskyists, back up their African Union brothers in a principled way? No. It is interesting that in his 1937 UAW convention report on the Flint victory, Communist Party USA militant Bob Travis covered up the white supremacist nature of the Flint CIO. In his report, which covers even such topics as union baseball leagues, there was not one word about the African GM workers and the heavy situation they faced, and if that was the practice of the most advanced settler radicals, we can well estimate the political level of the ordinary Euro-American worker. Neither integration nor segregation was basic. Oppressor nation domination was basic. If the UAW-CIO practiced segregation on a broad scale, it was equally prepared to use integration. When it turned after cracking GM and Chrysler to confront Ford, the most strongly anti-union of the big three auto companies, the UAW had to make a convincing appeal to the 12,000 African workers there. So special literature was issued, African church and civil rights leaders negotiated with, and, most importantly, African organizers were hired by the CIO to directly win over their brothers at Ford. The colonial labor policy for the U.S. Empire was, as we previously discussed, fundamentally reformed in the 1830s. The growing danger of slave revolts and the swelling African majority in many key cities led to special restriction on the use of African labor. Once the mainstay of manufacture and mining, Africans were increasingly moved out of the urban economy. When the new factories spread in the 1860s, Africans were kept out in most cases. The general colonial labor policy of the U.S. Empire has been to strike a balance between the need to exploit colonial labor and the safeguard of keeping the keys to modern industry and technology out of colonial hands. On an immediate level, African labor, as colonial subjects, were moved into or out of specific industries as the U.S. Empire's needs evolved. The contradiction between the decision to stabilize the empire by giving more privilege to settler workers, ultimately by de-proletarianizing them, and the need to limit the role of African labor was just emerging in the early 20th century. So the CIO did not move to oppose open, rigid segregation in the northern factories until the U.S. government told them to during World War II. Until that time, the CIO supported existing segregation, while accepting those Africans as union members who were already in the plants. This was only to strengthen settler unionism's power on the shop floor. During its initial 1935 to 1941 organizing period, the CIO maintained the existing oppressor nation/oppressed nation's job distribution. Settler workers monopolized the skilled crafts and the massive semi-skilled production line jobs, while colonial workers had the fewer unskilled labor and broom-pushing positions. For its first 7 years, the CIO not only refused to help African workers fight Jim Crow, but even refused to intervene when they were being driven out of the factories. Even as the U.S. edged into World War II, many corporations were intensifying the already tight restrictions on African labor. Now that employment was picking up with the war boom, it was felt not only that Euro-Americans should have the new jobs, but that Africans were not yet to be trusted at the heart of the imperialist war industry. Robert C. Weaver of the Roosevelt administration admitted, "When the defense program got underway, the Negro was only on the sidelines of American industry. He seemed to be losing ground daily." Chrysler had decreed that only Euro-Americans could work at the new Chrysler tank arsenal in Detroit. Ford Motor Company was starting many new all-settler departments, while rejecting 99 out of 100 African men referred to Ford by the U.S. Employment Service. And up in Flint, the 240 African janitors at Chevrolet No. 4 plant learned that GM was going to lay them off indefinitely. During 1940 and early 1941, while settler workers were being rehired for war production in great numbers, African labor found itself under attack. Those African workers employed in industry could not defend their immediate class interests through the CIO, but had to step out of the framework of settler unionism just to defend their existing jobs. In the summer of 1941, there were 3 African strikes at Dodge Main and Dodge Truck in Detroit. The African workers at Flint Chevrolet No. 4 staged protest rallies and eventually won their jobs. As late as April 1943, some 3,000 African workers at Ford went out on strike for 3 days to protest Ford's hiring policies. The point is that the CIO opposed African interests because it followed imperialist colonial labor policy, and when African workers needed to defend their class interests, they had to do so on their own, organizing themselves on the basis of nationality. It was not until mid-1942 that the CIO and the corporations, maneuvering together under imperialist coordination, started tapping African labor for the production lines. As much as settlers disliked letting masses of Africans into industry, there was little choice. The winning of the entire world was at stake in a rule or ruin war. As the U.S. empire strains to put forth great armies, navies, and air fleets to war in other countries or other continents, the supply of Euro-American labor had reached the bottom of the barrel. To U.S. imperialism, if the 1.5 million African workers in war industry helped the empire conquer Asia and Europe, it could well be worth the price. The U.S. War Production Board said, "We cannot afford the luxury of thinking in terms of white men's work." So the numbers of African workers on the production lines tripled to 8.3 of all manufacturing production workers. Now the CIO unions, however unhappily, joined the corporations in promoting Africans into new jobs, even as hundreds of thousands of settler workers were protesting in hate strikes. The reality was that settler workers had government-led imperialist unions, while colonial workers had no unions of their own at all. During World War II, the CIO completed integrating itself by picking up many hundreds of thousands of colonial workers. Many of these new members, we should point out, were involuntary members. Historically, the overwhelming majority of Africans who have belonged to the CIO industrial unions in the past 40 years never joined voluntarily. Starting with the first Ford contract in 1941, the CIO rapidly shifted to union shop contracts. In these contracts, all new employees were required to join the union as a condition of employment. The modern imperialist factory and most industries quickly became highly unionized, whether any of us liked it or not. The U.S. government, depending on the CIO as a key element in labor discipline, encouraged the union shop. The U.S. War Labor Board urged corporations to thus force their employees to join the CIO. Too often, members of unions do not maintain their membership because they resent discipline of responsible leadership. While this applied to all industrial workers, it applied most heavily to colonial labor. The government and the labor aristocracy were impatient to get colonial workers safely tied up. If they were to be let into industry in large numbers, they had to be split up and neutralized by the settler unions, voluntarily or involuntarily. In the Flint Buick plant, where 588 of the 600 African workers had been segregated in the foundry, despite earlier CIO promises, the union and GM expected to win them over by finally letting them work on the production lines. To their surprise, as late as mid-1942, the majority of the African workers still refused to join the CIO. The African civil rights organizations, the labor aristocracy, and the liberal New Deal all had to educate resisting workers like those to get in line with the settler unions. The integration of the CIO, therefore, had nothing to do with increasing job opportunities for Africans or building working class unity. It was a new instrument of oppressor nation control over the oppressed nation proletarians. How long? 5 hours? How many chapters in is chapter 8? Oh, it goes on for, okay. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Maybe it's a good idea for me to split these readings into smaller chunks and not giving myself the expectation that I gotta blow through it in like 2 streams. G.I. Joe defends his supermarket. AF of L, 100% for defense. Okay. Oh. Let me turn off raids real quick. I was asking a creature if they were gonna be streaming for much longer. But yeah. Okay, so let's count them again. There's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more chapters, including this one. But I'm also gonna read like a interview with the author afterward, which might be another like 20 pages. I don't know how long. Yeah, but hopefully tomorrow, because I'm gonna keep reading this tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow I'm gonna like start earlier in the day so that creatures that want to listen will be able to listen for longer without immediately having to go to bed, and then I'll also be able to get more of it done, crunched through. Okay. I guess I'll just raid into Sussy. Yeah. Or, It's actually Lilith today. But yeah, the account name is, yeah. It's the goat today. Yeah. If you missed the earlier chapters of this, you can go back and watch the other VOD. You can even watch it on 1.5 times speed. That's really messed up. No, yeah, hopefully I'll be able to finish this in 1 or 2 more streams. Yeah. And yeah. Okay. Have a good night, y'all. Y'all. Don't forget to take your pills or whatever. Don't forget to kiss your homies. Don't forget to drink water. Brush your teeth. Take a shower, maybe, if you want. Yeah, alright, bye-bye. See you next time. Kev. Kef. Schmear, 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 schmear. Schmear, 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 schmear.